Yo! Got that Monday motion. Got that Monday motion. Chat, how we feeling on this Monday? Oh my lord. I'm having a Kanye day. I don't know if you guys know what that means. That can mean a lot of things. But I've been blasting Kanye West all morning. The vibes has never been higher. The vibes have never been higher. It is the best album. Looking fresh. $3:33 a.m. No shot, dog. Where are you? Where are you on the other side of the world? What's the schedule today? Slop. Damn. That's what I like to see, a 50-90. 50-90 in chat. Love to see it. Bro's living in the future. Bro's living in the future. It's already tomorrow. Yo! You don't see my chat on screen? That's unfortunate. I got you right now. Bing, bang, boom. Let's fix that real quick. Huge. Huge. That's right. That's right. Chat. Should we watch this video? Why grown men become furries? What is this? Holy fucking buckets! Plays 06 with the sub. Thank you, bro. I see some resubs as well. We got Turbo Tolgus, Yosef Bull, Flying Leviathan. Jake Luca, real name Jim, the Peace Plant.
So, furries.
Hell yeah. So, why are OnlyFans millionaires today? Bing, bang, boom, 2 slop, 1, 2, buckle my shoe. What the hell? Oh, I gotta send out the bat signal. I gotta send out the bat signal. Stay put, chat. We are live. Be there or be square at everyone. I'm hitting up the Discord. Are you guys in the Discord? Are you guys in the Discord? Yeah, my sub count dropped. I fell off. I fell off. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's alright, we'll be back. We'll be so back. Oh! Mr. Chatham becomes a member on YouTube. Love you, Phil. Dudes with small wieners become furries. I agree. I definitely agree. Let's run that back. Sheesh. Gecko guest with the gifted sub. What the hell? Streaming Phil from Air Force One. Sheesh. Mr. Dolphin. What the hell? Yerk Eater becomes a member on YouTube. What are we watching? What is going on here? Turbo Tolgus with 1,000 kicks. 4 months kick, but YouTube many years. Top influencer. That's right. Top P. Top P. Sheesh. Well, I got 2 videos loaded up right here. Boom. We got why grown men become furries.
12.
Where are OnlyFans millionaires today? That almost melted my brain. I thought it was why are OnlyFans millionaires today. The only stream I'd ever sub to. Yo, Mr. Dolphin. Mr. Dolphin. How's your weekend, bud? Sheesh. Everyone's asking where are OnlyFans millionaires today, but why are OnlyFans millionaires today? That's what I'm interested in. Oh my lord, Eddie Lugo with the sub! What is going on today? Fucking bunker buster after bunker buster. Not me working for nickels and dimes while OLF chicks buy their 5th house. That's right. I know this music goes fucking hard because it's Kanye West. And I told you I'm having a Kanye West day today. Yo, been here since the Natty or Not days. Mostly lurk. But you had a stream after something happened to your close friend like mine. And I've never left since. They're like global till death. Till the death! That's right. That's right. Yeah, I think, chat, your inputs equal your outputs. So, I think I'm only gonna listen to Kanye West forever. Because Mr. Dolphin, you have to understand that I killed my own channel to be free. To be free. I could talk about anything and everything with the boys and girls. I got people on their toes. They have no idea what's coming next. Why are the numbers backwards? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Straight. That's the most Sigma male thing I could ever do. Three sets of subbing till failure. Yeah. I'm running dangerously low on coffee. I'm running dangerously low on coffee. I firmly believe artists might be cancelable, but good art isn't. Sheesh. That's true. That's true. That is true. Did I watch the neck training in China? It's pretty goofy. No, I didn't see that yet. I did not see that yet. Do the coffee shop folks know me by name? Yeah, they do. They know me by Phil. I don't know if they know that I'm Philion. I don't know if they know that I'm rich and famous. I don't know if they know all that. Wilt Chambers becomes a member on YouTube. Thank you, bro. Chat, I'm at the point now where I walk in and the coffee's ready. I walk in and the coffee's ready. Did he ever, Mr. Dolphin? Did he ever? It's crazy that video got so many views back then. I'll show you, bro. You want a goon in the past? Check this out. Let's look at the scoreboard. Let's look at the scoreboard. Click on Philion. Go to videos. Go to popular. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 45. I have 45 videos over 1 million views. Who's doing it like that? No one. It's never been done. The hell? Holy buckets. That shirt makes me huge. I am huge. I'm fucking enormous, brother. Oh, I'm on some different shit today. It's the Kanye West. It's the Kanye West. It's got to my head. The hell? Sebel with the kicks. What's my stack? You know what's crazy? I don't even have coffee before I work out. I have coffee after I work out. That's how fucking cracked I am. Holy shit. Dude, Diesel Josh. Diesel Josh, that's a name. Peace out, Turbo. Turbo with another 10 kicks. Sheesh. That's preposterous. That's crazy. Oh my. Gecko guest with the natty sub. Yo, random, but oh my. I can't even get a word in. Peachy chemistry with the membership. Yo, random, but I'm an astrologer if you ever have questions about Saturn. I have a lot of questions about Saturn. Yo, what is going on right now? Where is everyone? Sebel with the 50. We got music today? I don't really care. I'll just play it, get demonetized. Nothing happens. I just don't make money off of the VOD on YouTube. But what's 20? Who cares? What am I gonna get? $15 more, please? Please, the vibes are higher with the music on. Stone Man with the gifted sub. Massive. Massive. The generosity is preposterous. You know what it is? Yo, Natty AJ with the sub. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Yo, Sebel with the 10 kicks. It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit outside. You know what that means? No, 6'7". It's 6'7". I repeat, it's 6'7" outside. Thank you. I appreciate the casual look. Yo, Sebel with another one. Yo, I'm low-key popping lately. Sheesh. Sheesh. Bro, I have friends watching other videos, and then my reactions are edited into those videos, and they're like, oh, what the hell? That's Phillion. What the hell? Crazy. Oh my. Juice Trades becomes a member. I just sent you that in the Discord? Yeah, Tectone. Yeah, my friend was watching a Tectone video while driving, and he's like, why is your voice in my car right now? I was talking about a different friend, but yeah. Yeah, you're my friend. Is BBC 157 and TP 500 natty? No, it's not. Is COCK 69420 natty? No shot. No shot. Been watching you since I was 14, 15. Now about to be 23 and graduating uni this year. Big up, bro. That's crazy. That's insane. Bro grew up with Third Eye Global. That's preposterous. I had that shit playing while sleeping. Yo, is that Phillion? The hell? Damn. Damn. Yeah, so this song slaps. This is by Akiora. I'm gonna put this song in the put the song in chat because it's fire. This whole album by Akiora goes so hard. How far do we get in Resident Evil? Like 3 hours in. Open up the West Wing. Start popping off on the zombies. I still don't know what I want to do with gaming. Because that marathon game, Bungie's new game, has me by the ball sack. You guys don't understand. That game came out. Let me pause this for a second. Marathon came out on Thursday. I already have. I'm going to pull up my Steam and I'm going to tell you how many hours I have. I have 30 hours played on Marathon. I have 30 hours played on Marathon. And it came out on Thursday. I played this game for 12 hours every day for the past 3 days. Okay? When I get a game that I like, I will play the fuck out of it. Marathon or Arc Raiders? Okay, so here's the deal. When Arc Raiders first came out, it was peak. It was like OG Fortnite level peak. It might have even been better. However, they are way too slow to update the game, and they fucked the balance. And the PvP, like the risk to reward ratio is dog shit. Let me explain. Growing up, I liked Call of Duty. I liked Modern Warfare 2, right? I liked Black Ops. I played them all. However, I kept going back to Halo, Halo 3, Halo 3, Halo 3. Why? Why? Is it that much of a better game? Let me tell you. When you make games for everyone, you make games for no one. Anyone and everyone can pick up Call of Duty and get a couple kills. It's not hard. The time to kill is very quick. The movement is pretty stupid. It's slow. It's you could drop shot. That's about it. In Halo, there was spawns that you can memorize. There was weapon drops that you can memorize on the map. There was these idiosyncrasies and small details that would separate a good player from a great player. And the skill gap was massive. It required a grind to get good. Call of Duty, anybody and everybody can just get lucky and fucking kill you. In Halo, every single interaction can be, it's like a elite level 1v1. Now, I bring this up because the difference between Arc Raiders and Marathon, and why I like Marathon more, is because in Arc Raiders, it's hard to get good guns, and it's very easy to lose them. In Marathon, it's hard to get good guns, but it's harder to lose them. That's my opinion. Because I'll load into Arc Raiders, and then I'll just get fucking, like the guy will be sitting in a corner for 15 minutes. And then I lose my entire loadout. And my blood pressure goes through the roof. Any bozo can get lucky in Arc Raiders. In Bungie's world, you can quite literally outplay people if you're good. Have I gotten a workout in today? Of course. Of course. Why do you think I'm late? Why do you think I'm late? In my opinion, is it the old heads that are trashing the game? No, I think it's the new heads. I think it's the new heads, because the old heads that played Halo, which in my opinion revolutionized MLG and competitive shooting games. It was always Halo. Halo. At the time. Bro, there was Straight Rippin'. There was Final Boss. Like, I could pull these up. This shit, like, took it to another level. This was esports back in the day. Instinct. It was always Halo. And then like FaZe Clan took over the Call of Duty space and made it really gay. And I never found Call of Duty to be competitive. I was just like maybe, I don't know. Ogre 1 and Ogre 2. This guy knows ball knowledge. This guy knows ball knowledge. Red versus Blue, Rooster Teeth. Yeah, everyone seems to forget the ball, bro. This was the ball. Red versus Blue. I didn't really watch this, but my friends grew up on this. They fucking loved it. They loved Red versus Blue. COD isn't competitive, or am I retarded? I am retarded. Yes. Yes, I am. Halo's harder than Call of Duty. It's just what it is. More people like Call of Duty because Halo's harder. That's a fact. That is a fact. The skill ceiling in Halo is never ending. Never ending. Where were we? You got me ranting. You got me ranting on a Monday. Halo is for men. Call of Duty is for boys. Counter-Strike's up there too. I'd say Counter-Strike is up there. I can respect a Counter-Strike pro. I don't know if I respect a Call of Duty pro. Which game do you think is the most cracked pros? It's got to be Counter-Strike. So, like, when I think of a Counter-Strike gamer, I'm thinking of, like, a psychopath. Listen, maybe Call of Duty is, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, sure. I struggle to even say that. Are there still the kill streaks in Call of Duty? You know, you get like the fucking attack dogs, the AC-130, the Moab. Do I think any bozo can go pro in COD League? Here's the thing. There's a reason why Halo pros can adapt to other games. A lot of Halo pros turned out to be Apex Legends pros. They turned out to be Ninja. And what did Shroud play? Was he a Counter-Strike player? I'll tell you what, Fortnite pros are pretty fucking cracked. Fortnite brought out, like, the demons, bro. But all of them played Halo. I'll die on this hill. A lot of COD pros came from Halo. See? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Call of Duty always just gave me that, like, Mountain Dew kind of, like, when I think of a Call of Duty player, I'm thinking, like, Acne. And, like, I'm talking old school Call of Duty, not, like, modern Call of Duty. and just like fucking squeakers on the mic, bro. Oh my god, 1v1 me on Rust. Natty or not? Oof. Oof. Fellow Long Islander? I don't know. I remember watching his videos and being like, why is he... Why... He's like pretty jacked for not being that strong, and that always confused me. And then I realized that I guess you can get kind of big without being strong, but then I have to rationalize, like, why would you do that? The higher time to kill and importance of placing shots mean it has an inherently higher skill ceiling in Call of Duty. Thank you. Thank you. You can just fucking drop shot somebody in Call of Duty and they're dead. Like it's... In Halo, you need to hit 4 headshots in a row while strafing. You're shoulder peeking around corners. You're doing mathematical equations for grenade placements. It's not the same. It's not the same. So many people being on an even level because of aim assist? Yeah, no, no. Real ones know. Real ones know it's Halo or bust. And yes, I am biased. I am. You don't need the Pythagorean theorem to calculate the arc of grenade in COD. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. You guys are out of your mind. You guys are out of your goddamn mind. Chad, if you're not walking around with a fucking gargantuan water bottle, what are you even doing? If a COD player shook my hand, I would go wash my hands immediately. 9 months! 1 JBB, love to see it. Isn't Nicki Minaj in Call of Duty? That's a criminally unserious game. Yo! Sebel with the 1 kick. I'm losing 50 pounds by August. Bro's gonna be shredded. Halo does not have cat ears. Dude, I'm talking Bungie Halo. Bungie Halo, not 343 slop. Please. Bungie, the greatest gaming company to ever exist. Besides Blizzard, until they fucking bent the knee to fat women and gay men. Oh, you got me on one today. Every company that I grew up with is now gay. So cooked. So cooked. Lesson in there somewhere. Going berserk. You know what's also a insane game scene? StarCraft players. StarCraft players are some of the craziest gamers there are. StarCraft pros? Yo. Heat with the 20 gifted memberships. Holy buckets. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro drops a 20 banger. A 20 bomb. Fucking bunker busters. About to bust. Holy shit. What the hell? What the hell?
Based liberal.
Holy, dude. Holy. How about Dota or League of Legends? Yeah, League of Legends pros, especially the, I mean, I haven't paid attention to the scene in a while, but when I would pay attention to it, I have some friends that are really into it. Faker. Oh my God. Now you got me wanting to look at like gaming highlights, like Faker, League of Legends highlights. Like this is insane.
Hello, and the unkillable.
Just give me like an edit, bro. Just give me an edit. Like this is just like mechanically, I can't even begin to describe how insane that is.
These are 3 insane Faker Azir plays from the World Championships. In the first play, JD Gaming pushes in, and Faker finds the angle. He predicts Ruler's flash, and T1 ace JD Gaming. But that's nothing compared
Chat, this is for like millions of dollars too.
to the second insane Azir play. JDG runs through the jungle, and Faker swoops in and blocks the path. But nothing beats this insane Faker Azir play. JDG and T1 are fighting in the mid lane. Faker goes around, and from the back ults the whole team of JDG. Even Faker got the chill.
Halo 3, Ogre 2. Give me a montage, bro. How about Snipe Down? This guy turned into an Apex pro. You guys know Snipe Down? Bro, this shit used to be so hyped. They used to make fucking like full-on productions.
My goodness, did I pick a good time to go to Snipe Down or what? Making the over!
Yeah, this is infinitely harder than Call of Duty. Infinitely.
On the main stage, Snipedown's gonna have Sniper and Camo. This is a dream right now for a main player, especially one with the talent that Snipedown has. He cannot lose his sniper rifle in enemy territory. Great angle, takes down Ace, who has the sniper for SQ.
Yeah, this requires 10 times the amount of skill. 10 times. What else? Who's the best Counter-Strike player of all time? Like, what the fuck is that, dude? I just clicked on this because of the song.
Like this.
Simpy.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Lekr and Forest not even activated just yet, and the AK in hand. No damage done by Reds, but he has done enough here. Simple and Flamey now have to find a way to win those rounds, but there could be CTs anywhere.
Missed the mark. At this point, Simple may just want to take some CTs out so they're not able to pick more weapons up. Oh my god, that's ridiculous from Simple! How on earth has he done that? 1 versus 3.
A ton of time. It means, though, that Simple with a CZ is the man that has to clutch it. So even though he's planted this down, if he had an AK, I might give him a shout.
He's about to get dropped.
He only has the CZ. He's got to nail Rain.
Wow.
He's got to get the gun. Now that he's got the gun, and with Guardian on 6 HP, this could be brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely could be. The fact is,
What's up with Russians and Counter-Strike? I don't know. Why do so many Russians like Counter-Strike?
on that kill, now he has armor
It's a very Euro-coded sport.
and the bomb down. He does have somewhat of an advantage here. The CT's not playing together. Look at Guardian's HP. This could all fall apart for FaZe.
Guardian reveals that he's coming from Ivy. Low HP. Easy from Simple! And he nails Nico!
Sheesh.
He's watching out the vent.
Because it's the only game their old shit PCs could run back.
They got caught.
That's probably it.
Off Breezy with one. Q's in Cirque for the other. Wants to do what he can, but Ethan. This is an incredible retake so far. Zeus with only one, but it is Simple left alive. Wasn't capable last time. This time he might be. Oh my god!
Like, yeah, this guy's on crack cocaine. Which game started teabagging? Come on. Come on. Come on. You know where teabagging came from.
She had so many friends.
What fucking Halo is this?
No. Kind of thing to be. You son of a.
I mean, this shit ended with Reach. Didn't, one game took out teabagging. I forget which one it was. I don't know. Shall we get into it, chat?
Can you imagine a bunch of 30-year-olds?
At 12:01 a.m.
Enough yap. Let's get into it. I'm just a gamer at heart, bro. Just a fucking gamer at heart, brother. Just a straight gamer. I'm a gamer. Yo. Big Papa Chester with the 5. Russians have such odd skill tree set up. It's either ice skating, wrestling, or Counter-Strike. Also, Halo custom games were the best. That's right. Bro knows ball. Counter-Strike has basically stayed the same game for 20 plus years. The longer something exists in its pure state, the more exponential the skill ceiling will become. Exactly. Exactly. I agree. I 100% agree. Because you're not fucking with the meta. It's just the same game. That's right. That's right. All right, chat. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's see what we got here. Where are OnlyFans millionaires today? I'm more interested in why are OnlyFans millionaires today?
At 12:01 a.m. on her 18th birthday, she posts her OnlyFans link, and within hours, she's made $1 million. OnlyFans is an innovation we've never seen before in the sex trade, taking a movement meant to empower women's rights and twisting it to enrich the few at the top, all at the expense of society as a whole, which we'd later talk to Chris Williamson about.
OnlyFans almost certainly takes advantage of the loneliness
that we're seeing in young men at the moment, but it also is just an...
There's so many skewed statistics about OnlyFans that are just not true. I saw a clip last night where Professor Zhang, the Chinese PSYOP professor that everyone's been talking about, said that 20% of white women in the United States are on OnlyFans. And then you have people that will take that at face value. 1 in 5 white women in the U.S. are on OnlyFans. Like, bro's posting from China. What is going on here?
growth. It's just another wing on the side of the sort of pornification, identification world.
And now they're turning the most sick thing possible into a marketing strategy.
You already know what the f going on. We just broke the link record with the youngest link of the century. $1 million in a couple hours. I'm still the youngest one doing it for...
This is Lil Tay, real name Claire Aline Keyhope. And this is the result of a plan set in motion when she was just 11.
Porn star in training. Yeah, I don't know who her parents are. She's been a lolcow on the internet since her inception. She was just lying about being a flexer and the internet ate it up. I'm pretty sure I read about this somewhere in a textbook in like communication theory. Like this is the dystopia manifest.
7 years old.
Viral child star Lil Tay just turned 18 and within hours launched an OnlyFans account claiming to have broken records.
So is this something that you had been planning on, like waiting until you turned 18 to be able to do it?
Like it's an idea. I've actually been like planning this since like 2018, so.
Born 2007, Lil Tay was planning on doing OnlyFans well before she should have even been allowed on social media.
Thank you to all my supporters who have pre-ordered since 2018 or whenever you did.
Pre-ordered? We're so fucking cooked. Listen, it's not me. It's not anyone in this chat. I don't know who's subscribing to this. Is it the Indians? Is it the third worlders? I have no idea. It has to be. I have a hard time believing any self-respecting, I was going to say man, that has a biological ball sack with 2 testicles in there. Even if you have 1 testicle, that's enough testosterone. Like if you think about this logically, there's a lot of goon material. In fact, almost all goon material is free. That's like step 1. So if you're gonna goon, you can do it for free. Number 2, the parasocial relationship with a girl that releases an OnlyFans the night that she turns 18 is a different level of like degenerate. I'm trying to think of who the audience could be. Is it the guys who really like football and fantasy leagues? Are those the OnlyFans? I can picture that. Hey, you see the game on Sunday? Guzzles beer and then while gooning in the other hand. That's the only thing. Bread and circus.
OnlyFans had only existed for a couple of years back then, but has now grown to be valued at over $8 billion US. See, the platform has amassed over 4 million creators, but the average creator makes just $180 US per month.
That's sad. You got Sweaty Betty from your hometown trying to make it, just posting whole on Maine, making $180 a month. That's $6 a day. Holy shit.
While the top 10% take over 70% of the earnings and the top 1% take over 30%, with Lil Tay placing in the top 0.0001% of creators earning over $3 million after just...
I'd rather just be on welfare at that point. I'd rather just fuck my shit up at that 100. That's embarrassing.
Hours.
Already, like I'm literally #1 on OF. I'm the youngest, and I'm on top. as always.
But the truth of why she's doing this is far more twisted. Because while the insane amounts of money Lil Tay is earning would be a good explanation,
I don't even know if all this shit is real. Because the tech for the managers is they just post, Philion generated $69 million on his OnlyFans in just 1 year. So it creates that scarcity, that illusion that it's something phenomenal. Meanwhile, I'm just posting bikini pics. You don't even see my hog. You don't even see my reptilian cock.
Lil Tay's past not only calls her free will into question, but also who that money even goes to in the first place.
Let me guess, her brother made her do it again.
2018, a 9-year-old girl appears on Instagram calling herself the youngest flexer of the century. She speaks in a contrived hood accent, and her Instagram is all wads of cash and luxury cars. She gains 1.2 million followers in 2 weeks.
My toilet costs more than your rent. I'm only 9 years old. This Lil Tay, and I'm richer than all y'all broke Jigglypuff looking at I mama, cause she had thought.
Wait, who's Lil Tay? Wait.
Lil Tay is a 9-year-old girl who is famous now on the internet for talking shit and showing all the money she has and all the things she buys. If you don't know about Lil Tay?
No.
This is the death of society.
Lil Tay's the best, dude. I love Lil Tay.
At first we laughed, it's just
just keeping you on your toes. I'm gonna switch up every other take.
Third, kid flexing Lamborghinis and dissing people in a fake accent, but the laughter didn't last. A 9-year-old doesn't invent these lines or build this character or monetize themselves. Then a leaked video surfaces. Her 16-year-old brother Jason is directing her, not encouraging but coaching.
Lil Tay be popping on YouTube right now.
That's dark.
No. Redo. You need to be like more ignorant. You have to be like, ooh, Lil Tay out here.
Jason was obsessed with going viral in the late 2010s. He figured shock was the fastest way to fame, and it would hit harder coming from a kid rather than him. So he chose his younger sister, which would set off years of manipulation and exploitation. Even her own parents were cashing in, pushing her to do whatever made the most money as fast as possible.
And what about those homes she claims to own? GMA talked to Mom Angie's former boss at a Vancouver real estate firm, who told us Lil Tay filmed using his car and some of his properties for sale, all without his approval.
I didn't shoot in anyone else's house.
You didn't shoot in anyone else's house.
She then walks this back to
No one has proof that I did.
her mother, a real estate agent.
Yo. Some parents are just fucking deep fried, char-boiled, grilled.
Far more involved than appeared at first, and was actually fired after she let Lil Tay use people's homes and cars to film.
David Yang was Angela Tian's boss. His red Mercedes SL 500, also used as a prop in one of the profanity-laced posts.
But I didn't realize she was filming for Instagram. If I had known, this would have been happened.
What am I watching, dude? Everyone just looks kind of weird. It's uncanny as hell. Why is bro pulling up in a red Burberry shirt and pink glasses?
This exploitation of a child was only headed in one direction.
Just stop reporting my videos. I have a dream. I'm trying to make my mom proud.
And even before OnlyFans, commentators were seeing exactly where Lil Tay's trajectory would take her.
These images will live on and follow you for the rest of your life. Is a 9-year-old really capable?
She's like the girl version of Jack Doherty.
Of making this kind of decision.
This is some question you ask a girl on her way into porn, not a 9-year-old with a foul mouth.
But then, one day, Lil Tay just disappears. Now you might be thinking, good, she should never have been pushed into this anyway.
Didn't she fake her death or some shit?
Her disappearance would last for 5 years. And then, in 2023, her family revealed that she and her brother were dead. So what could have been more
This is reminiscent of like the 2018 SoundCloud face tat rapper hype beast wave. It's a hyper-specific time that is rightfully left in the past. But like the echoes of this should not be popular in 2026.
disturbing than her exploitation and early death, or maybe the fact that it was all fake. Yes, Lil Tay emerged from the grave to reveal that she was in fact alive and that her disappearance was due to her parents' custody battle. She claims her father was coercive, abusive, and forced Lil Tay back to Canada before falsely announcing her death. And if you thought that was the peak of it, it wasn't. Only 15 years old, she released her first song, Sucker for Green, a song about sex and money. Beyond the feeble songwriting and dancing, this whole thing was just so disturbing, seeing the sinister direction Lil Tay's life was going. It wasn't long before she admitted her childhood was ruined. It also wasn't long before it was over. Leading up to her 18th birthday, Lil Tay posts about men asking for her OnlyFans account the moment she's legal.
So it's my 18th birthday on July 29th. And every male has been counting down to it and literally telling me to...
Every male has been counting down to it. We need to go back to like medieval methods of interrogation. We gotta find out who's doing this.
To drop the link the second I turn 18. Girlies, what do you think? Should I do it?
Yeah, statistically speaking, that does include me. She did say every man, yeah.
Then at 12:01 on July 29th, Lil Tay releases her OnlyFans. Everything is designed to publicize the fact that she's barely legal and it somehow works.
Freshly 18.
But you might have picked up on something. She released the first batch of content at 12:01 on her 18th birthday, so unless she shot, edited, and uploaded this all in 1 minute...
Uh-oh. It would be funny if she was a federal agent.
Was then created while she was still a child. This video is sponsored by Chat LLM from Abacus AI. It's for 3-point marked, and it's you can protect build $4 a month. Major AI, and it isn't the first time underage content has found its way onto OnlyFans. There's been a whole slew of this stuff on OnlyFans in the past, but this is where Lil Tay's story gets even weirder, as she goes on to claim that OnlyFans is a way of life, an alternative to college.
OnlyFans is the new college? One builds debt, the other builds wealth. Pick your poison. Yo, why is Lil Tay spitting right now? Holy, I'm the clown over here with college debt. Meanwhile, she's building wealth. Help me, dude. Help me.
In many respects, OnlyFans didn't actually plan for this to even happen. It just built the cleanest payment system we've ever had for it. It takes the world's oldest trade and plugs it straight into the modern attention economy, where everyone competes, everything escalates, and whatever gets the strongest reaction gets rewarded. And for the young men fueling demand, it's the feeling of being wanted by purchasing a micro-relationship, a feeling that someone is responding to you. So we spoke to Chris Williamson, the host of the Modern Wisdom podcast, known for talking to psychologists, researchers, and cultural critics.
Yeah. I'm the clown. I went to college like a fucking retard.
About what's happening to dating, loneliness, and meaning in modern life. So we asked him if OnlyFans is linked to the loneliness epidemic.
OnlyFans almost certainly takes advantage of the loneliness that we're seeing in young men at the moment, but it also is just an outgrowth. It's just another wing on the side of the sort of pornification, identification world. Maybe it does help men to feel less lonely, or maybe it causes them to steep in their own neurosis and ruminating thoughts and spend all of their time in the house.
It's just, when you think about gooning, the act of, right? I can't think of a more embarrassing action that one could possibly undertake. I just feel like my ancestors are watching you as you're looking at a screen with that tech neck posture, kind of like Quasimodo, just straight stroking the salami, grunting, trying to like fast forward to your favorite fucking cum shot. So you, like, what is that, dude? You were destined for more. You cannot be doing that. You're a digital cuck. You're watching sex. Think of that psyop. Instead of doing it, you're watching it. Oh my God.
I don't know. It could be either of those two things. And ultimately, we need to work out what's the net impact of this. Is this going to make...
It's a psyop. It has to be a psyop. This is like psychological warfare.
All sexually dysfunctional? Is it all going to give them OCD or performative autism or ADHD or whatever? Is it going to...
You're living vicariously through another man's dick. Yeah, it's not gay at all.
Make them totally incapable of social interaction? Or is it going to have a negligible effect? We don't know. Like, this is what happens when you release a new technology. And I don't know, I am pretty concerned, you know? I am quite concerned about what the future of young kids growing up with. I mean, it should...
Philosophically, I don't know where I stand with sex work in general. Like, I want to be anti it, but when you think about it, a transactional prostitute is probably better than digital gooning. Has to be. I mean, brothels have been around forever. This is a symptom of modernity. This has never been a thing. It's given everyone access.
Shows you everything that you need to know that Steve Jobs' kids didn't have iPads.
Yeah.
The people that create these technologies don't permit their children to use them. And yet, many use
But could you imagine paying for sex? Oh my. You're not going to make it. You're just not going to make it.
Of these technologies do. I can't make the prediction, and this is why it's scary. The uncertainty is what's scary. If we knew the impact that this had, we'd be able to start adjusting stuff. We'd be able to control usage time, or we'd be able to... It would come with a health warning.
And then he points us to a common moral defense people use to justify the entire industry.
You know, it's kind of like the drug dealer argument. If they don't get it from me, they're going to get it from someone else.
Yeah.
You know, if one OnlyFans creator doesn't create her OnlyFans, it's not like a million others. And if it's not that, it's admireme.vip. And if it's not that, it's, you know, the way that these competitions work is that if there's a gap in the market, someone's going to fill it.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is me maturing or if it's just because I'm so based, but whenever I learn of a sex worker, maybe a mattress actress, maybe a OnlyFans girl, whatever, dude, it's all harlotry at the end of the day. I feel bad. Like, my empathy comes from a place of like, oh, that's just rough. Like, you don't have to be doing that. It's...
So, I would guess, again, if I was, I'll just put a little bet on, can't say it with certainty, but I would guess.
Yeah, maybe it's my respect going out the window. I don't know.
That OnlyFans discourages men from finding...
I'm concerned.
...intimacy in the real world. That would be unsurprising to me if there was a study done and OnlyFans subscribers report higher levels of real-world loneliness. Would be very unsurprising. But how comforted are they by this, again, artificial intimacy? Virtual intimacy, I guess. It's not necessarily artificial.
I guess I feel bad because the only logical position I can see somebody doing this is that they're a broken person. And that they think that is the answer to their problems, or at least perhaps a coping mechanism or a financial way out. But I think that, without getting too religious about it, is where the evil of this sin sort of lies. It's disguised. It's easy.
It's clear that OnlyFans is just a symptom of a much wider problem between men and women in 2026, where these systems hijack the void in the psyche of millions. So what are we actually seeing here?
But OnlyFans girls, the first to tell you that they're the most empowered beings ever? Yeah, because at the top, they're making millions of dollars for doing nothing. I'd feel pretty empowered too. Like, it's pathetic that they have legions of men that were supposed to fight in a war at some point and then die at the age of 26 are blowing their masculine life force to the idea of them cyberkinetically. Think about that.
How has her life come from being a millionaire from OnlyFans? And most importantly, where does this lead over time? Especially now that she's over 18, people just shrug and say, well, she's legal now. Is the internet so desensitized to this pipeline that preparing children for work doesn't even register anymore? From then, her earnings had risen from $1 million to $15 million, and she still claims to be the #1 on the platform. Yet it seems like her personal life...
It's also the men's fault. If men didn't pay for that shit, it'd be a non-problem. 100%. It's like the drug dealer versus the drug user.
Is hell. But this is hardly the worst story compared to all the other OnlyFans millionaires out there.
It's not like nude magazine's never been a thing. I hear you, but there is a difference. Like haptically, tactically. Just the straight up action of it. That's physical media. This is so instantaneous and algorithmically optimized to break a man's fucking mind. Back in the day, you know, your dad or whoever, the dirty magazines, that shit, that's like a joke in comparison.
You see, what happens when the most humiliating thing done to you becomes the thing you have to sell to survive? Blac Chyna found out after Rob Kardashian posted revenge content, creating an expensive legal fight that led her to OnlyFans.
Yeah, gooning to paper is way more manly. That's real.
To pay for this. Born Angela White, her mother, Tony Tokyo, was abusive, unhinged, and takes all credit for her daughter's successes, literally taking any opportunity to demean her own daughter publicly.
She's rotten, spoiled, always been, and lied. Period.
Angela White was forced to sell herself to survive and to support her parents from a young age. She worked as a stripper from the age of 18 while at university to support herself and both her parents financially.
I continued to dance, you know, to like support myself, my mom, and my family and whatnot.
Here she met a man called Blac Chyna. She liked the name and took it for her own alter ego, a character she built around herself, one she could sell to survive while preserving and—
What the hell? I need to come up with an alter ego. I need a color and a country. I'll take any recommendations starting now.
Angela White.
Blac Chyna's the brand.
Is that where the persona of Blac Chyna was created? Was in that
absolutely.
era?
How about Red Roman? That goes hard.
Okay.
Yeah, in the strip club.
She danced at the King of Diamonds, a celebrity strip club circuit where one of those celebrities took a shine to her. Drake's turned her into a category. Then the industry started hiring her. But she wasn't talent, she was just purely sex appeal. And soon another artist would discover—
Kim Kardashian didn't help women still idolize that OG porn thought. Well, it wasn't Kim Kardashian that started that tech. I believe it was Paris Hilton. And before that, it was Pamela Anderson. The infamous forbidden sex tape has always been a Hollywood/mass media rocket ship that would propel people's career.
For her. Blac Chyna spoke publicly in an interview about how rapper Tyga came out to Miami to the strip club she worked at.
And apparently, those who really know Baal knowledge, I'm talking about like the demon, Paris Hilton is a character. She's not really like that. At least that's what people close to her say. I'm sure there's some level of like performance with all these people. But there's a stark difference between Paris Hilton as a person and Paris Hilton as the dumb bimbo, you know, nepo baby, whatever. So maybe she's playing the game.
specifically to meet her.
Yeah, so Drake put me in a song. It's called Miss Me, which then Tyga discovered me. Well, not discovered me, but he came like, you know, to come and meet me and meet China.
But this didn't lead to more work.
So then from there, so then after that, I got pregnant, and then I moved to LA.
This would put her on the road to OnlyFans, and it was then that she started to enhance her body. Cosmetic surgeries that reflected modern society's appetite for excess, including 4 breast enlargement surgeries, lip fillers, Botox, and silicone injections in her bum. Tyga then quickly moved on to the next woman.
And then he started...
Yo, Tyga's weird, bro.
talking to Kylie at the time, which is like, I think she was like 16 or something, and we was like engaged and stuff. So that's kind of like what ended it.
Now, she's a single mother, with the father embedded in a powerful family that considers her a threat.
Everyone knows the history that Blac Chyna and the Kardashian sisters do not get along.
But one didn't. You see, Rob took a liking to Blac Chyna and began messaging her.
Robert, he was hitting me up on Instagram like all the time.
It wouldn't take long before she was sucked into the Kardashian orbit again. Their
Tyga just modding all these chicks like Fortnite skins.
Relationship didn't last very long. She alleges that he beat her and his sister got their show cancelled. They then split up.
I don't even know what this is about anymore. Dude, this is about OnlyFans millionaires, duh.
And Rob publishes revenge content of her online. So now she was fighting multiple legal cases.
A court showdown.
Tyga is generational talent in the goon community, highly respected. Yeah, he's top ranked. I think on OnlyFans he has been and continues to be one of the biggest male OnlyFans creators. Like, that word lost all its meaning. God is the creator. You're not creating anything on OnlyFans besides filth.
Between Blac Chyna and the members of the Kardashian family is taking place years after the reality star filed a lawsuit against Kris Jenner and her daughters.
And here's the crazy...
Dude, this is the real matriarch right here. She is the manager for all of her children. So imagine your mom getting a percentage of your business / brand. Sure, it's keeping it in the family, but it's a bit fucking dark. Even darker, if you look at pictures of these people, before and after money and plastic surgery.
Her daughters.
And here's the craziest part. When Rob leaked the photos, fighting back required money that she just didn't have. So she had to start an OnlyFans. The very thing used to degrade her became the thing she had to sell.
It was something that I didn't want to do at first. But at the time I had so many lawsuits and so many things that I was dealing with. I'm like, I got to figure out how can I like continue to have like my house, take care of my kids.
They murdered Bruce Jenner. Dude, I don't think you guys understand how much of a giga that man was. He was on the Wheaties box. He's one of the most gifted athletes the world has ever seen, technically speaking. He was a decathlete, and he won gold. That's 10 track and field events back to back to back. That's a champion. That's an Olympian. That is peak performance. And he got one-shotted.
Everything I need to do, so that's why I started the OnlyFans.
And almost to her detriment, it was a huge success. She went stratospheric and became one of the platform's top content creators, as headlines emerged about her earning $20 million a month. But it was just another degrading chapter in her book of her own exploitation.
It's a dead end. All that stuff is a dead end. Yeah, the money's great, but do I really want to like live my life like this? And the answer is no.
Unlike Lil Tay, Blac Chyna doesn't want other women to get stuck into a lifestyle that...
I don't understand. Like, as a woman, why can't you just get a rich husband? It can't be that hard, can it? Yeah, women just wait at the finish line. It's so cooked. Hypergamy. The red pill has won.
She was trapped in.
I had to take a step back and think about like, okay, for example, if I'm doing OnlyFans and people are seeing that I'm making so much money, that's going to influence them to want to go and do OnlyFans.
Yeah, that's just got to be a
skill issue.
Just like go to a country club or some shit.
She couldn't do it anymore. She then became a born-again Christian and was baptized. And without warning, she deactivated her OnlyFans.
December, I quit OnlyFans.
See, I don't want to judge, because if I was a female, a foid on OnlyFans, and my entire life I was just used and abused by, and just treated as a sex object, I probably would convert to Christianity and delete my page. However, there is a tech where the OnlyFans women convert and they just ride that grift. It's the born-again Christian pipeline. It's overpowered. It needs to be nerfed. There needs to be a patch update.
Started feeling a conviction. It's like one of those things I did what I needed to do at that moment because of the circumstances that I was in. And then it's like you do it and it's just like you got to get out of it. It's degrading.
But she spent years and thousands of dollars creating Blac Chyna. That had to go too. But undoing so much cosmetic surgery isn't as easy as deleting an app.
With surgery, I took out the fillers, my lip fillers, cheek fillers.
BBL's got to be the craziest. You guys know about the necrotic cheeks? The sit-down air? It's true. BBL surgeries can result in the cells dying, right? Because technically it's like a fat redistribution surgery. They carve out the blood eagle mic, the love handle area, your hips, and they inject it into your ass. They fill it in. And sometimes it doesn't take, or over time it can not interact properly, and essentially what happens is your ass starts to die. This is true. You can look this up, by the way. I don't recommend it. And apparently when they sit down, backshot air blasts everyone in a 5-meter radius. Absolutely flashbanged by the carcass that is their buttocks.
Chin fillers, this filler, got my breasts reduced. One of the best decisions I could have done in a very long time. Also, I got the reduction in my butt.
But what about the guy spent?
And what's crazy is, if you're a woman, if you're a girl, you don't even have to train upper body. Just turn into Mewtwo. Just squat and do hip thrusts, and you'll have a ass the size of Jupiter in about 6 to 8 months. I've seen it happen.
Spending the money and influencing these women to get to this point in the first place.
People that are outliers in one area are outliers in other areas. If you're non-typical with your drive.
Yeah, could you imagine clapping cheeks and that shit explodes like a bloated zombie? You're just covered in ass juice and rotting flesh. Oh.
Desire to prove yourself to the world, or your need for validation.
Like the fucking flood from Halo on your dick. Holy.
Or your capitalism, or your ruthlessness, or your work ethic. You might be non-typical when it comes to your sex as well. When you can afford anything, what is left?
But a lot of women outside the US are genuinely lazy. Here's the thing. I think it's more insane and more work to get a BBL than it is to squat. Sure, it's uncomfortable. There's a bar on your back. And after the set, you know, your heart rate's through the roof. As opposed to a literal surgical procedure where you can't sit down for 2.5 weeks. You have a healing process. You have scars. Using a toilet is never going to be the same. All to look like a wisdom tooth. Have you seen that shit? Their body doesn't even look right. It's uncanny. And our lizard brain can tell. It looks weird.
For you to want, it's something that you can't get. And what is it that you can't get? Well, you have to start pushing illegality.
Knowing that only makes our next story so much worse.
Hi, my name's Annie. I'm 25.
Oh my God. This one pisses me off a lot. We've covered her before. Because, you want to know why this one pisses me off? Nah, I'll keep my comments to myself.
Do social media full time, influencing on TikTok and Instagram. I also do a little bit of OnlyFans.
Annie Knight is one of Australia's top OnlyFans models, and she makes up to $600,000 per month. This is an insane...
Alright, fine. It's because she's chopped. It's because she is chopped. Like a salad, chopped.
Sum of money, and probably more and less work than the career she originally wanted for herself.
You don't even have to be hot! Oh my god!
She discovered OnlyFans during lockdown.
I started posting TikToks, and then I realized how fun it was, and I was getting views.
Just
and I was like,
painfully mid. The hottest 4 I've ever seen in my entire life. That's what it takes to print millions.
oh, this is kind of cool. And then I started seeing TikToks of other women who have an OnlyFans page. And it's something that one of my friends had said to me to do. She's like, you should, create an OnlyFans page. Like, you would make millions. You'd do so well. And I was like, what are you even talking about? What's OnlyFans?
But because she wasn't famous yet, she didn't enter through the front door like Lil Tay and Blac Chyna. She entered through the messy reality creators never talk about. Leaks.
I was very scared about my nudes getting leaked, and it did actually happen. I started getting circulated within my social circles and stuff, which was pretty stressful, and it actually made me stop doing it for a while there.
And once that happens, OnlyFans' promise of control falls apart pretty quickly. Now it's not just a website, it's in people's WhatsApp group chats, it's being shown on a phone, handed around at a party, it's everywhere.
I was so ashamed. I really went into my shell during that period, and I had a lot of social anxiety. Every time I would go to a party or I would go out somewhere, I would see people whispering and pointing, and people I knew as well. So it was really stressful. And
I'm starting to think that maybe hypersexuality and people that choose this path is like an innate biological, sometimes they're just be hoes. Is that what it is? I don't know. That's all I can... Ho's gonna hoe. Guys, girls, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it caused me a lot of anxiety.
But it wasn't just emotional consequences, she also lost her career.
I had just started a new job. I was on day 5, and I actually went home sick that day, and I received an email.
Hey man, someone's got to keep the population up. No, they're not even having kids. See, the tradcath angle of this is that sex is reserved for man and woman so that they can procreate life. That makes logical sense. This is hedonistic pleasure. This is Sodom and Gomorrah. The people that did this in the Bible got turned to salt. God smited them, and then they were stuck, just in time, forever. Salted.
Saying termination of contract.
I'm not even joking. Jordan Peterson speaks of this.
And I was shocked. I didn't know what was going on. And I read the email and...
Oh my God, Philion unironically mentioning Jordan Peterson? Shut the fuck up! God!
Please saw screenshots
People in the barbershop saying Philion ain't this, Philion ain't that.
Of my OnlyFans on the email, and a list of 3 reasons why I was fired, basically.
This is the treadmill you get trapped on. Once you're exposed, the pressure doesn't disappear, it multiplies. And it doesn't just affect her, it hits everyone around her. Her husband was then harassed in public.
She has a husband, bro?
The old posting gets sworn, and it escalated from comments online into real-world threats.
My fiance and I, our lives have been threatened.
What do you mean, dude? What do you mean, fiance? It's all the men's fault. It's all the men's fault. This poor innocent dove, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And we've had something scary happen recently.
That's the guy who sits in the corner. That is why there are chairs in every hotel. Because of that guy.
Where I think had we not had a really high-tech security system in our house, things could have gone very bad. And that's scary, and that's the part of it that I think I do regret. And I think It's pretty easy.
Like, as a man, first of all, there's so much to unpack here. How are you comfortable with your wife doing this? That is the definition of a cuckold. You are a polyamorous freakazoid, freak of nature. This is not found in nature. Even penguins mate for life. This is a postmodern hellscape. This is democracy manifest. Second of all, if we're talking security and tactical purposes, right? As a man, you now have an angry, horny horde of ravenous men that want to furiously jack off to your wife. They could come out of the bushes. They could come out of the ceiling. They're everywhere, foaming at the mouth. No shit, that's dangerous.
To say that if I'd never worked with Bonnie, that wouldn't have happened.
Knight is even personally...
Phil starting off with an OF video right after International Women's Day is diabolical. You know what's messed up? This is for all my women out there, because here at Third Eye Global, we support women. You know what's fucked up? International Women's Day is only 23 hours. They don't even get the full 24. I stand with women. We need to bring back another hour for that day.
Threatened too. But there's one story that changes the tone of everything. Knight revealed that during a collaboration with a male creator, she was art. The attack only ended as she secretly installed a guard in the next room who heard her screaming for help. He later researched the man and found out he was a convicted felon with a long rap sheet of disgusting offenses.
We get down to filming and straight away he is doing the things that I've told him I don't want to do. Now I've been in this position, a similar position before at this point where I was like, okay, enough is enough, and eventually I just pushed him off me and I left. This time was different because I asked him multiple times for him to stop and he didn't. So I was trying to like get him off me, and the more I was like pushing him, the more he kept like pushing me down.
This is the bit people ignore when they go on about empowerment. Autonomy doesn't cancel out risks.
Yeah, like that's horrific, but I wish every guy understood consent. Like what are we talking about here?
They just show up in different places. And what's grim is that the stories that travel furthest aren't the warning, but the spectacle.
I just got railed by 583 guys in 6 hours.
You've probably heard of these.
That's a head scratcher.
But what you don't see is what it does to someone's body after the cameras turn off. Knight was actually hospitalized and admitted not knowing that could happen. You're probably wondering,
where is her father? You have failed as a parent.
How anyone could put themselves through that.
Like, imagine this, right? You and your wife have a beautiful daughter. Life's good. Raise her up. It's a young woman now. Unfortunate if she goes down the path of sex work. That's a big L. As a man, your own daughter doing that, I'm pretty sure like you're supposed to make sure that doesn't happen. But say it does. Say it does happen. Now follow this. Not only does she do sex work, she is Lilith manifest. She's sleeping with 600 dudes in 4 hours. She's trying to be the top-rated gooner in the world. That is a fate worse than death.
Knight's been clear she doesn't plan to do this forever, just enough to lock in her financial future.
It was about, $600,000, and now it's been pretty consistently been $450,000 a month.
Even at her lowest, she makes an insane amount. But she still admits this is not what happens with most OnlyFans girls.
What I see a lot these days is these girls thinking that they're going to create...
$450K a month? That's like... What the fuck is that, dude? $6 million a year. Why don't you just become a lawyer?
Account and become millionaires overnight, and that is not it. They try and go back to a job and they can't because they've gotten enough coverage or enough media coverage or whatever that that no one...
Yeah, would you guys rather be the middle of the pack forgotten ones or the last. Like, say you're dude number 536 in the Goon Marathon. After you, it's all done. Nobody talks about the forgotten ones. Like, person 87 to 352.
We'll take them back. So that's something I see a lot that's really sad.
These stunts don't go viral in a vacuum. They go viral because there's a paying audience for them. And what's devastating...
Why do they all look the same? But not.
Is that paying for OnlyFans doesn't even come with...
Why'd they pick this guy, bro? What did this guy do?
The kind of status the men usually...
Redditor.
Chase.
You know, there's no status associated with a guy subscribing to a girl's OnlyFans because anybody with the price of a cheeseburger per month can do that.
The price of a cheeseburger per month is insane work.
And what's so bizarre about this is...
Hey, Toots, your pussy's worth a cheeseburger a month to me.
That paying for OnlyFans clearly doesn't even come with the kind of status that men usually chase.
The reason that guys like to show off the girls that they're with is that they've been selected in some form, right? There's status associated with that woman selecting that man. Presumably there were many men, or at least not just one, and from all of the men, he was chosen.
That's the change. Instead of status through being chosen, OnlyFans offers access through payment, and that access can start to function like a substitute for real dating.
Yo, is that Philion? What the hell? Yo, is that Philion? Dude, this guy's everywhere.
Real intimacy, especially when people feel more lonely, isolated, and more rejected than ever. And it's all part of a broader trend that...
Yeah, everyone raise their high-quality H2O of choice. This is for the forgotten ones. Off to you.
We're seeing with artificial intimacy.
But the same isn't true of artificial intimacy, because there's an unlimited number of AI girlfriends. That being said, male loneliness is a huge problem. It's one that I care about an awful lot. And if this is able to mitigate that, then I don't necessarily have strong opinions about it, unless it encourages men to not step out into the real world. I think that's the concern that everybody has.
And then there's the darkest version. Not the platform rewarding you for going further, but someone who allegedly forced...
Yeah. I'll see you in Valhalla.
you too. For most of you, Jack Doherty is a YouTuber, but for the women that know him, he's the one that...
Dude, he's the pimp. There's a Long Islander right here.
Brought them into OnlyFans.
You do OnlyFans. She works right now. You do OnlyFans. You did it before I made it.
Yeah, so Jack Doherty blew up making YouTube videos. And then he turned into a digital pimp, and that's how he makes most of his money. So his YouTube videos don't even pull views anymore. His streaming, I don't even think that pulls views. But what he does, or did in the past, is he'll get these girls. He has a harem of them. Then the top of the funnel is short form content. Okay, when you talk internet speak, a funnel is essentially a mechanism to get you to follow it down and then click on something and buy it. The bottom of the funnel being subscribing to the girl's OnlyFans, he gets a kickback. So he reaches masses of asses via short form content on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram Reels with these girls. It's like stupid. It is directed at like a younger audience, which is probably pretty evil. And, you know, if you get like a couple girls making millions of dollars a month and then he's taking a percentage of it, and a percentage is probably even like half or more, maybe 80-20. That's how you get fuck you money at 22.
McKinley Richardson thought that she was different. She was actually dating the guy and was clear she didn't want to do OnlyFans.
And I don't even think the girls, it's all like lewd. I can't imagine them, because they're literally just girls. Like, these are not hardened veterans of the adult industry. They're actually girls that turn 18, 19, 20, 21. And then they have an OnlyFans that exists as basically a second Instagram where they post bikini pictures and like scantily clad fucking bra shit. And like that's enough.
I realized that the way they did make their money was through OnlyFans. And that was something that I knew that I didn't want to do for myself.
But allegedly, within 6 months, he'd pushed her into it, controlling her account and the money.
Did an event in Houston, and I had a lady say that to me. She's like, I thought OnlyFans eliminated the trafficker, but I'm now understanding that agencies are the traffickers.
Richardson describes how at the beginning Doherty was kind and loving, but allegedly soon became controlling, abusive, and threatening.
I remember saying, I'm just gonna myself.
Not long after starting it, he allegedly became abusive financially.
Even the cut that I get, the small portion of money that I...
OnlyFans pioneered the pay-per-view. You have other apps like Fansly and other shit. Yeah, it's the commodification of the corporeal being. The physical. It's ever fading. Beauty goes away. This is dark stuff we're talking about. This is some seriously Machiavellian bullshit. Nietzsche warns of this. Mishima would commit seppuku if he saw this shit.
I get that's actually mine. You're still cutting...
I don't even understand why these girls hire managers in the first place. What are you, fucking retarded? You can't do this yourself? Truly. Snap a couple of pics? You know what it is? It's because the guys are answering the messages. Let me say that again. The guys are answering the messages. You are gooning to a man's words. They're whispering sweet nothings in your ears as you fucking straight jerk it.
...to that and using that amount of money.
Always have been, too. On Chatterbait, on all these cam websites. All of it. Men. Probably Indian men, too.
Money. When I hardly have anything. And
AI, actual Indian. Why? Because they will... It's cheap to outsource them. 100%. 100%. You can actually hire an entire remote team of business managers and assistants from the Philippines for 30 cents a day. Tim Ferriss speaks of this.
Taking everything from me.
Richardson tells a story about wanting to buy her first ever car with her earnings, but Doherty didn't want her to have that freedom, so he made sure she couldn't drive.
I needed to pay my taxes. I wanted to buy a car for myself. That was something that I wasn't ready for. But Jack just didn't want me to buy a car. Like, that was some of our biggest fights. You know, he wanted me to stay home. So Jack and I had a joint bank account. We shared a bank account. He would, you know, take the money from OnlyFans, put it into this joint bank account, and take his cut of money. But when I went into my account, I realized that all my money was gone. I'm trying to think how much it was. I want to say $300,000.
And she wasn't the only girl he was managing. His tactics for finding new clients sounded eerily similar to almost pimping.
He loves the club. And the whole time he would be in these clubs, it wasn't just for him to have fun, but he was just looking for girls to sign.
Doherty himself has outlined how he pivoted to OnlyFans as his YouTube channel declined and the money he was used to disappeared.
Everything was like adding up, and I was like, yo, I need to make more money. Like, I need to do something.
Yo.
Then I figured it all out.
What'd you do?
Started an OnlyFans management.
That's when you started it?
Yeah, when I was 18.
Doherty was able to leverage his online success to convince women to let him manage their adult content careers. But he has...
I gotta say, morally corrupt, pretty resourceful.
A specific type he targets.
You know, I don't want to work with a girl that already has followers. Like, I want to be credited for everything. Like, you know, you get a humble girl at 0 followers. If you know what you're doing, you can make whatever girls you're working with stand out more.
During his wedding vows to Richardson, Doherty dropped some surprise conditions for their partnership. One was that all of Richardson's OnlyFans earnings would go to him, but his commodification didn't stop there. When Richardson found out she was pregnant, his reaction terrified her.
Don't I have friends who do this? No, I don't have any friends that do this. I do know mutual people, like people through people that have successful OnlyFans management companies. Now, I don't know them personally. They don't even know that I exist, but I'm aware. I know what they're doing. I'm always watching.
Oh my gosh, we're going to start a family YouTube channel and you're going to make so much.
I mean, a classic example of this is the Bop House. You guys hear about the Bop House? All the TikTok fucking things, people, girls, whatever. This is what they do. You create a management. I'm putting you on game here, okay? You create a management company. It only takes one person to do this, but I guess you can have other people do it as well. They pre-batch the content. So they'll get an Airbnb at this cool location, whatever, fucking food, drink, beverage, all on the house. These girls take, 400 pictures in one day. Ha! And now they have content for 10 months. One day equals 10 months. That is millions of dollars. The girls don't have to talk to any of their fans because they have outsourced foreigners doing that for them. They don't have to take any pictures themselves because they had the photo shoot day at the Airbnb, remember, with the food and drink and yeah, that's all taken care of. They don't have to do videos. They don't have to do anything.
Money when you're pregnant and you have a pregnant belly. The only thing he cared about was money and content, and I knew if we had a child it would be the same exact thing. I knew that child would be.
But I'm a firm believer here at Third Eye Global that not all money is equal, and the ways in which you make certain types of money is inherently gay and cringe. For example, I like to think of it like this, right? If you make your money through adult content or gooning, all that money is covered in cum. All that money. Splooge. From all the guys. Spiritually, it's there. Every time they pass that money, they spend shit, it's covered in cum. They may not see it. I see it. You see it. We all see it. We know it's covered in cum.
Exploited. I remember looking at him and I was like, Jack, you do not realize if this is happening, I'm done. I'm not doing OnlyFans. I'm not doing that.
She took the only action she felt she could.
I couldn't imagine bringing.
I worked with a guy whose girlfriend had an OnlyFans and was clearly unhappy about it. I told my housemates this, thinking they'd be equally as shocked as I was, and they all judged me for thinking it was weird. That's when I knew the West had fallen. That's true. The West has fallen. There's only a few underground communities that still exist that are carrying the torch of the Western man ethos with high agency. One of them is Third Eye Global.
A child into the mix. I know I came to terms with the fact that it wasn't right to have the child, and that's something I live with to this day.
Allegedly, according to her, Doherty also became abusive.
When I called my parents and I was sobbing to them, I was like, Mom.
These hoes will make millions using OnlyFans, then kiss Christ, and then follow the new life of driving Lambos without OnlyFans. So cooked. Meanwhile, you're still working your goy job. How's it feel?
Dad, I'm done. He put his hands on me again. This has been so horrible. He's not getting better.
Following their split, Richardson was left continuing to do OnlyFans to support herself after managing to regain control of her accounts from Doherty. And whilst this all might just...
Could you imagine your OnlyFans being managed by a fucking leprechaun? What are we talking about here? Me Lucky Charms!
Seem inevitable and constant, it really shouldn't be. This is a marketplace, and it only exists because we continue to show up to this meat market. The only way to cut off the supply is to kill the demand, to stop feeding this escalation machine, and stop glamorizing this lifestyle, to kill parasocial relationships. Because if millions of people did this, the entire structure would collapse. People would never feel encouraged to do such a thing in the first place. Because systems don't change themselves, individuals do, and when enough people change, the system has no choice but to follow.
What did we learn, chat? Never goon. Semen demons are real. Chad, I gotta rip a fucking piss, dude. I gotta rip an absolute piss. I need to rip a heat-seeking pissile. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. And no, I'm not gooning. I'm going pee-pee. I'm going pee-pee. What's the next video? Let's load it up. Let's load it up. Solomon Nelson? Solomon Nelson. You love to see it. I'm gonna go rip an absolute pissile. BRB. We're so back. We're so back, dude. Holy shit.
And none of them remembered him getting injured.
You guys want to talk about this? Holy shit. You catching my spin drift, bro? Are you catching my spin drift, bro? An IED wannabe.
In a direct response video to his audience, Lee Markham addressed the fabricated claims regarding his military record. He began the video by clarifying...
Or did we already cover this? Did we already cover this, chat? You want to dive back in? It's up to you. It's up to you.
His actual military timeline, stating, "I did serve between 2000 and..."
Furries, right? This is the most serious video we will watch here at Third Eye Global. This is probably the most serious video topic we will ever cover on this channel. Why grown men become furries. And that is what we call an oxymoron. Because any man who calls himself a furry is not a man.
What's the deal? We're talking grown adults with animal personas and often expensive, elaborate costumes. And it's more than just a handful of odd people who found each other on the internet.
I can smell this picture. Second of all, never go band for band with a furry. Because these fursuits, these fursonas, are straight guap. I'm talking thousands of dollars. You can get decked out, full head to toe, Chrome Hearts, Rick Owens, and still not cover the cost of one of these fursuits. How do I know this? Don't worry about it.
Furries have conventions that draw in nearly 20,000 people. And there are hundreds of thousands of them worldwide, maybe more than 1 million, and that number's growing. We've seen glimpses of them in television shows, playing for Taylor Swift, and even dancing at a Mar-a-Lago fundraiser. The elephant in the room is...
I'm voting Democrat for the rest of my life. That's not real, is it? And that's the black box of Saturn. That's the Kaaba. This is what the Muslims worship. Saturn speaks of this.
Most people laugh it off, and some recoil, but almost nobody bothers to ask, what's actually going on here?
I jerk off to it.
I'm Ken LaCourte. I spent a lot of hours digging into this one, and it was fascinating to research. Here's the fairest overview of furries that I can put together. We'll first go through what the furry world...
You don't have to be fair for this. you know, you don't always have to be in the middle on a topic. You can be incredibly biased.
Welcome.
Dripping with venom, like your boy here at Third Eye Global.
Actually is, and how it got started. Then we'll look at who does this. Before asking...
What's worse, being a furry or a cuck? Being a cuck. Furries know what they are.
And answering what's the appeal to why people build entire identities around animal characters. And finally consider...
I genuinely can't think of anything worse than being a cuckold. Can you? It is the emasculation of a man in real time.
Is it a problem? In the next few minutes, you're going to understand this world better than almost anyone who hasn't put on a fursuit. So the furry world started, like a lot of subcultures, at science fiction conventions in the 1980s. It was fans of characters from Disney's Robin Hood, anime, and comics, anything featuring animals that acted like people. They started finding each other at conventions on the West Coast.
This picture looks like it's from a forgotten file where people died. This is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
And by the mid-80s, they had a name for what they were into, the furry fandom. In 1989, some of them decided to hold their own event.
That's too early. I feel like furries really kind of came into their own in the early 2000s. Back in my day, in 89, like we got some boomer-ass furries.
Conference Zero at a Holiday Inn in Costa Mesa, California. It drew about
Of course, California. First mistake. That's why. This is a postmodern, super liberal, progressive, feminism. This is fake and gay. This only happens in California. This shit does not fly in New York. You will get a Timberland boot thrown at your fucking head.
65 people. From there, it grew slowly throughout the 90s, with conventions pulling in a few hundred people. Then the internet came along and changed everything. online forums, art sharing sites, chat rooms. It let furries connect across.
This has to be a CIA psyop, right? This is not real.
The world, and the community exploded. Anthrocon, the biggest furry convention in the United States.
Here's my main criticism. They don't like realism. They like surrealism. Which means they don't dress like werewolves. No, that would be kind of cool, maybe. A little dress up. We do it on Halloween. A little cosplay. No, furries lean into this hyper cartoonish, weird aesthetic that only furries have. They created this art style from nothing. It's actually impressive. Like, they all look like this. I don't know if it's one factory making it all, but it's scary.
States saw its numbers jump from about 500 people in 1997 to 18,000 in 2024.
Holy fuck, their numbers are growing.
It pumped about $16 million into Pittsburgh's economy. And it's not just that one event.
See, they got money, bro. I don't know from where.
There are major furry conventions on multiple continents with tens of thousands.
Is this from Japan? It does feel very Japan-coded. Like kawaii. You see, Japan is interesting because it's the country of the most extreme polarities, in my opinion. You have Yukio Mishima, one of the greatest literary geniuses the world has ever seen, who tried to stage a military coup, failed, and then cut his stomach open while one of his boys chopped his head off. You have samurai, you have sushi, you have ancient traditions that are sacred. You have kamikaze. They will die for their emperor. And then you have this. Lesson in there.
Of attendees. So a lot of what I learned here about furries comes from fur science. Social psychologists from multiple universities who've been studying the world for over 15 years.
Is it bad to judge people who identify as furry? Why should I not think you're into doing animals? Here's the thing, okay? You need to understand that you need to stop caring about what other people think. You need to start acting on your intuition, your gut, your lizard brain. If it doesn't fly with you, you don't have to be psyoped into accepting it. That's how we're running it here at 2026 Third Eye Global.
Surveying tens of thousands of furries and publishing their results. So 2 things to let you know up front. First, Fur Science has a stated mission of countering stigma against furries. They see themselves as correcting media misinformation. And secondly, they're basically the only ones routinely researching.
This is absolutely horrifying, by the way. Because like you can't see the human behind the mask. There's no soul. Everyone's a mascot. This guy's pointing at me. Like I'm uncomfortable.
This community. But beyond their PR goals, I really didn't see any red flags to their research. Okay, so what is a furry exactly? At its core, it's a subculture built around anthropomorphic.
The year is 2045. You've been dive-bombed by a fursuit clad man in a fighter jet screaming moon speak. This is how you die.
Animals. That's the concept of giving human qualities to animals.
Yeah, it's a fucking ADL for furries, bro. The anti-defamation foxes.
So furries are people who are really into animals that walk, talk, and act like humans. And it goes further than being just a fan. Nearly all furries create...
These are the people that main druids in World of Warcraft.
What's called a fursona, a personalized animal character to represent them. Like an
Back in the day, you could get massively wealthy by drawing furry goon content on DeviantArt. They paid huge dollars for their characters to be drawn. OG gooning knowledge. Yeah, I read this one Reddit thread. I don't know if it was real or not. I like to think that it was. About a DeviantArt artist. Now, I don't know what DeviantArt is. I think it's just a platform where you could, like, buy and sell art. So a lot of, like, you know, independent graphic designers and shit would make extra money by posting on there and doing commissions. So the post, it's famous, was a somebody that was like struggling with money, so they found a niche on DeviantArt where they could make sexual content for furries, and they're like, oh, it's weird, but whatever. I'm printing right now. I'm making the money printer go right. And from what I remember, the story goes that like they started getting stalked at FurryCon or whatever convention they were at, and then like followed back to their room, and like I don't remember how it ends, but they were in the hotel room and the furry was trying to do some crazy shit.
Avatar, but one that some spend years developing. In fact, nearly half of furries have had only one fursona their entire time in the fandom. So these aren't just some throwaway screen names. The most popular ones, wolves lead the pack, making up a little over 20% of fursonas.
Wolves lead the pack, bro. The wolves are in control.
Dragons and foxes are the next most popular. Dogs, big cats, and other mythical creatures fill out the rest. Each fursona comes with a detailed personality, backstory, and visual designs. Okay, so the element that most outsiders...
I feel like he's moving too fast. This is too logical and pragmatic. This is not something we should glaze over.
First are the fursuits, big, elaborate animal costumes. But interestingly, only about 15% of furries actually own one. A custom, full-body suit costs thousands of dollars. Some have animatronics.
I'm sending my children to private school. They will be indoctrinated by me and my wife. They will not subject their eyes. I'm suffering for them. I have to know about this to protect them from it. This is not going to fly at the elite institute my children are educated at. So when I sit down with the headmaster, yes, headmaster, that's fancy. That's rich people talk for principal. I'm going to say, I'm going to have a checklist. I'm going to say, furries? You got any furries? You have a no furry policy, right?
Jaws, built-in cooling fans, even LED eyes. They can be impressive pieces of craftsmanship, but most furries don't buy something that complex. About a quarter on a partial suit. A head, paws, and tail worn over regular clothes. Others clip on a tail or wear animal...
If I were forced into a fursona, which one would I pick? I'd be a scaly. I'd be a reptile. I feel like that's high T. That's masculine. You know, like a dragonkin humanoid thing. Like reptile from Mortal Kombat.
Ears to conventions, and a large chunk of the community is just online, skipping the fur altogether. Most furries make or buy...
Or I would just do a hyper-realistic gorilla suit.
Artworks of their character, and conventions feature art shows, dealer rooms, dances, and panels on everything from fursuit construction to creative writing. It's a sprawling subculture with its own social norms and its own creative ecosystem. But to really understand what's really going on...
To me, it's not really creative because there's no... The boundary hasn't been pushed. They established a community and the style is the same. Every year, it's the same fursuits. I never see something where I'm like, wow, they leveled up, they've ascended. Nope. Same shit.
On here, we need to look first at the people behind this. But before we get to that, I want to talk about today's sponsor, earning more money. Gold doesn't helping people pressure out Business Bureau. They don't just sell, it's just information you can use to make your own decision. Get it by going to kenforgold.com options and making smart choices about your future. Check out the free guide, kenforgold.com, or text RETIRE.
I'm being sold to. I'm sitting through a VSL.
35052 today. Okay.
Statistically speaking, there has to be at least one furry in this chat. And going further, some of you are not coming clean. Listen, I've done my job to try to filter out all the soys in chat that view this channel. I don't know any other creator that specifically killed their own channel to be free. Because enlightenment is found in destruction, not ascension. But some of you are hiding some fursonas, and I'm going to find out which ones.
So back to furries. We know a bit about what they do, but now let's look at the people themselves. I mean, who does this? Multiple surveys over the year all paint a similar picture. The average furry is in their early to mid-20s.
Some of you are sweating in your suit right now.
And a majority first got into it before they turned 18. For a lot of them, it wasn't some quirky hobby they picked up as adults, but something that became part of how they saw themselves during their formative years. The furry world is mainly men.
Holy shit. That's not real, is it? Yo, which one of you went to FurryCon, bro? These are Philly-on viewers right here. Absolutely mogging.
About 2/3 to 3/4 are men, depending on the survey, with a bit over 10% of furries identifying themselves as transgender or non-binary, which is about 10 times higher than the general population. Racially, in America, it's overwhelmingly white, over 80% in every study I saw. Globally, about half are in North America. With a
You know why? I'm going to get real for a second. It's because when things are too comfortable, this is what happens. It's true. It's true. In times of trouble, crisis, stress, you don't have time to put on a fursuit. No, you need to go to the mine shaft and start digging. You got to hit the oil rig, okay? And it's because these other ethnic groups are actually based in trad, and they would disown their children.
Big chunk in Europe and a growing number in Asia. And they're well educated. Among American furries over 25 years old, 53% had a college degree, which is a good chunk higher than non-furries. There's also a heavy overlap with computers and tech, with 1/4 of them having a degree in computer-related fields. During the dot-com boom, some Silicon Valley firms even recruited at furry conventions.
Jesus Christ. Bunker busters going off here at Third Eye Global.
When we look at sexual orientation across...
Yeah, try to be a furry in Vietnam and watch what happens.
Multiple studies, they self-report substantially higher rates of non-heterosexual orientation. A UC Davis study found only 33% said they were heterosexual, and other surveys showed it as low as 20%. The rest identify all across the entire spectrum. And about 3/4 of furries in relationships have partners who are also furries. So this isn't just something that they do on weekends. For many, it's where their closest relationships exist. And then I ran into another factor that I had no idea of before researching this: autism. First Science says that somewhere between 4% and 15% of furries report being on the autism spectrum, depending on the study and how the question was asked. If you compare that to the government's autism estimates of roughly 2% of Americans, it implies a rate that's 2 to 7 times higher than the general population.
Yeah, more like 50.
So there are some clear patterns of the people who are in this world. Young, more male, less heterosexual, more on the spectrum. I think it's fair to say that it points to a community built by and for people who didn't quite fit in anywhere else. That's who they are. So now let's look at the why.
That's incredibly sad. You didn't fit in anywhere else. You didn't have a single other passion, hobby, community. You had to settle on furries.
What's the appeal to these people in creating an...
Growing older is realizing that the stereotypical jock from the movies was actually like the hero. You know what I'm talking about? Like the guy would play football. He had the Stacy GF. That was actually the winner this entire time.
Animal persona. The overwhelming origin story.
Everyone else is a spiteful nerd.
According to researcher after researcher, is some version of, I never fit in. First Science surveys consistently find that furries report having felt different for most of their lives.
Well, here at Third Eye Global, everyone is welcome.
Many struggled socially in school. They were bullied at rates almost double the general population, and for many of them, the mainstream social world was a place where they just kept getting it wrong. But the internet can let people build an identity from scratch, choosing communities based on interests rather than where they live or where they go to school. Subcultures have always done this to some degree, but furries take it a step further. They don't just join a group, they create an alternate self. That's the fursona, and it does more psychological.
I think it's a form of escapism. It's a compartmentalization. Taking on a different identity than the one that you're born with and that is crafted through years of apparently no hardship. When you think about it like that, it's pretty dark. Anyone under a mask will act differently. That's why here at Third Eye Global, we are the men in the arena. There's a face. There's a lot of faceless YouTubers and creators, please. Nobody knows who you are or what you look like. You're a clown.
Work than most people realize. When researchers ask furries to rate their fursona's personality traits alongside their own,
you're hiding from the reality of yourself. Some would call that the ultimate cope.
The pattern is consistent. Fursonas are rated as more confident, more outgoing, more playful, and less anxious. That's telling. The fursona is who they want to be. And furries who feel that they're actually becoming more like their fursona, closing the gap between their real self and their ideal self, they report.
And that's why VTubers scare me. That's right.
Higher self-esteem and better overall well-being. It's not pure escapism, but more like an aspirational identity. The shy kid who plays a confident wolf at conventions sometimes becomes more confident outside the convention too. Psychologists have seen similar effects in theater and role-playing contexts for decades. For people who are questioning their sexuality, the fursona gives them a space to experiment with fewer real-world consequences.
I gotta find this tweet. Hold on. This just reminds me of Pascal's wager, specifically in the 21st century. God may or may not be real. But the other side is so passionate, so committed to worshiping Satan, evil, and corruption, that even if God wasn't real, believing in him to fend these demons off is preferable. That's how I feel. It's just like... This is godless, and you don't even have to be religious to understand that. This is just logic.
They can give it different characteristics, see how they feel in online interactions or at a meetup, and then figure things out before making any changes in their everyday life. But individual psychology is only part of it.
Dude, I totally understand why people get into these communities, but it simply doesn't mog. This only happens if you have no motion. So true.
Community is probably even more of a draw. Belongingness is the single most commonly cited reason furries stay in that world. About half of a furry's friends are other furries.
You know, it's fine, bro. The furries can do their thing. Let them be happy. I support furries. Truthfully.
For people who felt like outsiders everywhere else, this can become a home. So this is a good time to mention that I don't have much personal furry experience. So if I make a substantive mistake in the video, I'll correct it in the pinned comment below. Also, links to my sources are in the description box. All right, I mentioned autism earlier, and there are
some of them are hot. So true.
Infinite incentives here for people on the spectrum. One of the core challenges of autism is reading implicit social rules, the unspoken codes that most people absorb without thinking.
Do they fuck in the fursuits?
Mainstream social life runs on these invisible expectations. By contrast, the furry community...
Just with the head on?
it makes its norms more explicit. Convention etiquette is clearly spelled out. Communication tends to be direct. There's a shared vocabulary.
Philion, will you be at this convention? Nope.
And shared interests that give people immediate foundations for conversations. And for someone who struggles with eye contact or reading facial expressions, the fursuit itself is a social tool. Dr. Elizabeth Fine, a clinical psychologist at Duquesne University, found...
Who the fuck is this woman? Isn't that insane that we have literal... I was thinking about this today because when I was getting my coffee, I saw a priest, an Orthodox priest, sitting down. I almost struck up a conversation with him just to pick his brain because this is how I think, right? Throughout our days, you see many people of different walks of life, and perhaps the businessman, the student. But it is crazy to me that even after all these years, we have our own version of scholars and philosophers and priests. If you think of this like a caste system. It's insane to me that we're dedicating resources like scholarly people of the book, to studying furries. I just think Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, they would have had something else to say. I don't think they would have entertained it. It's just crazy to me that someone's job is researching this.
That those fursuits actually simplify
Holy shit, is that Furrion?
Interaction for people on the spectrum. They remove ambiguity. You communicate through big, exaggerated gestures, tilting your head, opening your arms for a hug. There's no fine-grained nuance to misread. The exhaustion that comes for people on the spectrum...
Philosophy is dead. Slop Tent killed it. Well, here's the thing about philosophy that I think is true. It's the midwit curve. And the problem is it has been devoured by the midwits. Because a lot of people get philosophy majors. They think they can handle the abstraction and the complexities of these thoughts. And a lot of times the complex thoughts are the most simple and profound. But the problem is they try to extrapolate this themselves. And that they don't have the hardware. They literally don't have the computational ability to wrestle with these thoughts. Back in the day, you would have sage old men that dedicated their lives to the Norwood and the book. And maybe they would just say one word a day, and that's all it was. But there was genius there. Now, anyone and everyone, they can dabble in it because we have the liberal arts education, we have upper academia. You can take a class in philosophy and get it taught to by a furry. That's not ideal.
Trying to constantly decode faces just disappears. And for someone who spent their school years being told they were too awkward or too obsessive about their hobbies, walking into a space where different is the norm, that's powerful. And, of course, we have to talk about sex. Costumes and personas in the bedroom aren't...
We don't have to talk about it. But I am curious.
New. Sexualized roleplay has existed probably forever. And we can certainly see sexualized cosplay in anime. There's clearly something deeply human about trying a different identity, including sexuality. So where do furries fit in? The community tries to downplay the sexual side and say it's the main misconception that
they associate cuteness with sexual attraction. Very, very dangerous. That's an astute observation.
Outsiders have about them. And the truth, well, it may be more complicated. When asked about how important sex was to their personal furry experience, only about 14% say it plays a large or extremely large role. A separate survey of over 4,000 furries found that 37% said sexual attraction was important in their furry activities. 38% were ambivalent, and about 24% said it had little to do with it. On the other hand, a 2013 convention study found that 96% of male furries reported viewing furry pornography.
It just seems like my intuition is never wrong.
For many of them, sex appears to be one component among several. Present, maybe not primary. The community itself debates this constantly.
Yo, is that Philly on? What the hell?
And most conventions also separate adult content into 18+ areas away from the general program.
The Furry Superstar 18+ patch. This world is fucking cooked. You're gooning to goddamn anthropomorphic cartoons. You're not gonna make it.
And we shouldn't forget that these are largely young men we're talking about. Going to a bar, a dance, even a movie, sex is never far below the surface. That's just biology. So when you...
No, it's completely different, broheem. How is that even a comparison? Yeah, I had to learn how to spit riz. I had to have witty jokes. I had to forge my body and be blessed with the genetics of the gods to pull the huzz naturally. Meanwhile, all these people have to do is put on a fursuit and start barking.
Put young guys into costumes and alter egos, that's not going to change. I guess that reality is probably somewhere between what outsiders assume and what the community advertises.
Imagine cleaning the cum stains off of your furry costume. Yeah, there's like certain sentences I'm not supposed to read, but I have to read because these are important thoughts. I hear you. I hear you. Imagine that. You know that has happened at least more than once. The answer is more than 0. That is a non-zero answer.
Okay, so the last thing I want to address is that while it's unusual, is it a problem? I mean, one way to frame it is to compare furries to other passionate...
Is being a furry anabolic for getting sex? Here's the truth, Nuke. Getting sex is not hard. You can go to your local fucking street corner and get a methed out tweaker that'll probably rock your world. It's just that it's not ideal. It's not optimal. It's not who you want to have sex with.
Fandoms. Sports fans. They paint their faces. They build their lives around game days. Cosplayers spend thousands on costumes and travel across the country for conventions. LARPers and Revolutionary War reenactors. They spend weekends dressing up in costumes as well. But there's a difference worth thinking about. Sports fans don't believe they are the quarterback. Cosplayers take off the wig and go back to being themselves. In the furry fandom, depending on the study, between 25 and 44% say they don't feel fully human. About 40% said they'd...
Yeah, LARPers are the real studs, 100%. Those Civil War guys. It always fascinates me. Like, how do you get into that? The reenactments of the battle, dressing up on a Saturday morning in full powdered wig.
Choose to be 0% human if they could. Now, for context, 7% of non-furries answered the not fully human question the same way, so the feeling isn't entirely unique. But for a lot of these people, this isn't just a hobby with a costume.
This video is spiking my cortisol.
It's how they understand themselves at a fundamental level. The case that it's harmless rests on the data I mentioned earlier. Lower rates of mood and anxiety disorders than the general population, and comparable self-esteem and life satisfaction numbers. But a University of Waikato study of over 1,200 furries from 57 countries found a different picture. Nearly 40% scored in the clinical range for anxiety, 41% for depression, and over 38% reported at least one suicide.
Well, I feel like anxiety and depression are almost synonymous. Like, are you ever going to find somebody that's exhibiting depression, that's not exhibiting anxiety. What are we talking about here?
Attempt. These numbers are dramatically worse than the general population. Now, that's a discrepancy with Fur Science's findings, and it's significant and really not fully resolved. I don't like to put too much stock into any single survey, and I also don't fully trust controversial...
Shit like this can only happen in America. No, it could definitely happen in Canada, too.
Welcome.
And Japan.
Controversial elements from groups aligned with who they're studying. And we'll see where this leads, but I have to mention that the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk appears to have...
Oh, he went there. He did go there.
...been into furry porn, and one of the shell casings was engraved with a furry meme. There's also the issue of zoophilia. That's a sexual attraction to honest-to-goodness animals. Anonymous surveys over the years have found anywhere from about 7% to the high teens admitting to zoophilic fantasies or kinks. That's substantially higher to anything that we see in the general population. So the furries are doing fine narrative might be true, but it also deserves some more scrutiny. And finally, there's a question about how insular this world can get. I mean, when the vast majority of your romantic relationships and half of your friendships exist inside of one community, leaving becomes difficult, even if you...
I still can't get over the fact that furries might have killed Charlie Kirk. Is that real, chat? Is that the timeline we're living in?
Want to. For young, neurodivergent people still figuring out who they are, there's a real question about whether that helps them grow or gives them a reason
No, it was their evil fursona.
to stop trying to fit into the default world. So, furries, they've built something real. A community of hundreds of thousands who found acceptance where they didn't find that elsewhere. Now, whether that's creative expression or elaborate escapism depends on who you ask. Maybe the real question isn't whether it's weird, but why so many people felt the need to become animals to feel fully human.
I feel like I need to... Whoa, dude. Why do so many people feel the need to become animals to feel fully human? That's crazy.
So this video was about people who want to be cute animals, but a few months back I produced a different piece on why some people eat cute animals, especially dogs. Dogs are food in some parts of the world, and that's something that horrifies people in other parts of the world. Why?
Why? This guy's really getting to the bottom of it. Every day I learn more information against my will. Such is the life.
Hey guys, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength, my colleague, Mr. Jared Feather, IFBB Pro. We are going to show you a workout that is rapid fire that nukes your entire upper body, and you can do with either just one power rack, one Smith machine, and shit, you can even do it at home with basically no equipment except a few little trinkets. Let's get started, and we'll explain along the way.
You know what the truth nuke is? You could just get fucking jacked with no weights. Dude, one of my best friends, who's no longer with us, I'm not even kidding. This kid was either juicing since he was 12, or he was just the fittest kid I ever met in my life. And he didn't really lift, but he did a metric fuck ton of like body weight, prison adjacent calisthenics, and I don't know.
So as you guys can see today, we are going to be demonstrating this in a power rack, but it doesn't have to occur in a power rack. The Smith machine is totally sufficient because you can move the bar up and down like you're gonna watch us do. In addition to that, you can do this at home if you have anywhere to do pull-ups on, and you have 2 chairs and a broom handle.
I guess dips.
I'll test that thing out. Make sure the chairs are nice and balanced. We don't want you falling down.
Do you guys remember the Hodge? Was it the Hodge twins doing the
big pop?
What was it? The trash bag bicep curls. You guys see this? You guys ever see this? The fucking towel curls? I guess resistance is resistance, you know? Joe, what do you want to watch next? Joe, what do you want to watch next?
I hate Crumble. You have seen countless videos of me offering people $100 cash to not go in and get these cookies. Now I understand people are gonna want, to have a little cookie, but I'd rather they make them at home or have an actual healthy cookie. That's why I am actually holding a protest against unhealthy cookies. We are going to be celebrating real food, and I am having 400 boxes of healthy cookies made. Hello, how's it going? I wanted to invite you guys. I'm doing a meetup tomorrow, and we're serving healthy cookies to protest.
This guy's just a jester, bro.
Crumble. No, you can come. It's free. Free healthy cookies for you guys.
I appreciate it. No thanks, though.
No worries. Just wanted to invite you guys. You have a beautiful day.
You too.
God bless. You got some Crumble?
I'm going into Crumble.
Oh, do you want to not go in? I'll give you $100 to not go in.
No.
We have a healthy cookie meetup tomorrow. You can get free healthy cookies tomorrow, and you can get $100 right now. I can throw that away.
Like, are you serious?
No, I'm serious. This is what I do. I've dedicated my life to making people healthier, making this
I need to do this with Moglogs, bro.
country healthier.
I will pay you to not buy that fucking product.
Insulin resistance. We have diabetes epidemic. We have an obesity epidemic.
want your
My cookies are anabolic.
money. I won't go in.
No worries.
Okay.
Do you want to throw it away?
Well, it's for my kid.
Yeah, but is it good to feed to your kid? Let's go. Okay, hey, you're invited tomorrow at Good On Ya, Encinitas. We're gonna have free healthy cookies. Spread the word. You see, people, they don't even really want these cookies. I'm telling you, it's just like a drone bot thing. They kind of go in,
This is fucking
sugar
diabolical, bro.
draws them in. So let's go invite some more people to this meetup, and then we'll go see the actual healthy cookies that are being made right now. And then we'll take you guys to the meetup, and people will be eating some real healthy cookies. Let's go. And here are the healthy cookies. I'm here with Carla, who runs NC Sweet.
They look kind of weird, dude.
Carla, tell me about these amazing
Why do they look like shit? Oh, they're using monk fruit as a sweetener.
healthy cookies.
So here are all the ingredients we use, and we really try to keep it super simple and super
Almond flour, almond milk. Dude, what's wrong with milk, eggs, and sugar? Aren't those more nutrient dense?
clean. We make our own almond milk in-house.
Wow. Organic almonds.
Organic
So cool.
almonds with reverse osmosis, clean water, organic ghee, and just some simple
Thank you for the cookies, Indiana Jones.
salt, cream of tartar, and baking soda, vanilla, and for this double chocolate here, we have a jet black cocoa. So
Whoa.
we also use these Lakanto chocolate chips.
What got you into making actual
Oh.
healthy, high-quality ingredient cookies?
MJOCJRR with the resub. Thank you, bro.
And you're looking at the back of labels and you see everything just has so many terrible toxic ingredients. So it was really from a place of wanting something really clean, really nutritious, and not feeling
I don't know if that's nutritious.
bad about it.
I'm pretty sure eggs, milk, and sugar has more nutrition than almond flour, almond milk, and stevia.
Enjoying a little something sweet.
What you don't see here is Red 40, propylene glycol, multiple different types of seed oils, an immense amount of high fructose corn syrup. There are not an immense amount of preservatives here. This is what you...
Hey guys, have you guys ever had a brown butter chocolate chip cookie? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking buckets.
Okay, stop. This is the only recipe for chocolate chip cookies you will ever need. I swear it's really,
Yes,
really good.
I believe her.
And the secret is brown butter. So you're going to start by cooking your butter on the stove until it turns brown. Then add your sugars and give that a stir until it looks like wet sand. Then add your egg and vanilla essence. Give that another stir. Then add your flour and baking soda.
Dude, I'll take this. I'll take this over the almond slop any day.
Then gently fold that in. Make sure you don't overmix.
My girl at work said she'd make these for me. Should have married her, to be honest. What the fuck, dude? You never got them from her? You failed the mission. You failed the mission. You have a girl at work offering to bake for you. Get the hint, bucko. Holy buckets. I swear half of you guys could find your life partner if you just like woke up. If you just paid attention. You clown.
And then the important part, dark chocolate chunks. Make sure you use a lot. Chill the
You're out of the movement. Ban this guy.
dough for half an hour. Then you can bake for 12 to 14 minutes. And yeah.
Do you guys like sea salt on cookies? I don't know. I don't know if I like it. Like, I get it, the salty sweet, but I don't think it needs it. It can be good, but just put the salt in the cookie. How about that? I'm married.
If you're
not married, dude.
obsessed with brown butter like I am, this is going to be your new.
Yeah, I think I like a flat, gooey cookie more than I like a. See, Levain chocolate chip cookie. A lot of people fell into the trap of making mound cookies, where it's basically like a glob and then they bake it so that it's like half baked in the middle. I don't think I like the mound. I like the thin, chewy, gooey cookie.
Here are some tips on replicating New York City's famous.
I don't think I like the mound cookie.
People have been begging me to
Yo, is that Philly-on? What the hell? Holy
make
buckets.
the world famous chocolate chip cookies from Levain Bakery. Bro, I would need to go all the way to New York to try them before I did that. Logically, obviously, I'm like, yeah, let's go. We do kind of be doing that.
Use cake flour. You know how I feel about that cake.
I didn't need to see that.
In a bit. Next, you're gonna place them into an oven set to 425 degrees Fahrenheit or 220 Celsius.
You know what's a good cookie? Tate's. I like Tate's. That's a nice late night cookie. Long Island brand, baby. Long Island.
I can't.
Have I been to the bakery in Southampton? I've never been to the bakery, no. Pretty fire, though. If you guys see Tate's, they got a nice flavor profile going on here. This looks disgusting. What the fuck is this?
The Ringo Starr Sandwich. I'm making musicians' favorite sandwiches, and today is the Funny Beetle himself. Ringo is regarded as one of the most influential drummers of all time. His unique sound is absolutely iconic, and that could be attributed to him being a lefty but playing on a right-handed drum set. Did you know Ringo wasn't the Beatles' first drummer? He replaced Pete Best in
The only two ways the cookie crumbles, gooey and thick or thin and crispy. So true. So true.
1962, as the others thought he'd be a better fit. Ringo's career has spanned a whopping
69
years, and he's won 10 Grammys. He also had a successful
Ew, it's a cheese sandwich.
Post-Beatles career with his all-star band. Did you know that Ringo also had a stint in both on-screen and voice acting? He was even the first narrator of Thomas the Train. Ringo's favorite sandwich is quite simple.
I don't have a lot of them anymore.
I fucking love donuts.
Alright, so today
Dude, I fucking love donuts. Holy shit. If it's a properly done donut, I'm talking. I need a yeasted donut. I need a fried donut. I don't want a cake donut. I don't want a cake donut. Give me the old dude. All these fucking donut places pop up. They're always cake. Give me the old school donut. Fucking on one today. I'm sorry. My donut better not crumble. That's right. There better be a nice give to it. A nice squish. All right, what do we got next? Shit, I gotta fucking rip a piss again, dude. Oh my god, dude. Somebody turned me into a fucking furry. That's insane. That's insane in the Discord. I don't even want to show you guys that.
Okay, wait. I'm so pissed
Why people are avoiding relationships.
off. I just got home
You guys want to watch this?
from a date. The guy walked out literally
Israel's covert mission to trigger the world's end? Tucker Carlson.
There is another layer that most Americans are not aware of, but
What is going on?
The rest of the world is highly aware of, and that is a religious layer. Now, Lindsey Graham is on tape saying to a gaggle of reporters, his bloodshot
Chad, do we watch this, bro?
eyes, his puffy face, God knows what he's been doing, saying explicitly, this is a religious war. This is a religious war. Now, his motive in saying that, he's not here to answer the question. We can only guess. Is he trying to foment a religious war? Probably. He's an end times kind of guy. But it almost doesn't matter. He's telling the truth.
What is going on?
This is a religious war, fundamentally. And that is not obvious to most Americans because this is the most secular society, not just the United States, but the West, the English-speaking world, Europe, and the...
All right, I gotta rip a piss, then we'll watch it, okay? Gotta rip an absolute piss aisle. Gotta go drain the main vein again. Again. Why? Because I had a large coffee. I've been drinking my water. And I ripped a spindrift. So yeah, I gotta go pee-pee again. BRB. We're so back. I had to make an espresso. Had to make an espresso.
There is another layer that...
Chat, do we watch this?
Most Americans are not awake. Just begin the process of tearing down the Dome of the Rock, tearing down Al-Aqsa Mosque, and rebuilding the Third Temple. Now, there are a lot of things to say about this, about its likelihood, the potential effects of it. But first, just a quick side note on the theology of this.
Maybe we just watch this in passing.
There is another layer that most Americans are not aware of, but much of the rest of the world is highly aware of.
Heather meow with the 2.
And that is a religious layer. Now, Lindsey Graham is on tape saying to a gaggle of reporters, his bloodshot eyes, his puffy face,
"Where is the Trump phone?"
Hello, communication enthusiasts. Just wanted to do a little check-in here. I know all of us are salivating, waiting on bated breath for our Trump phones to finally ship. And about 2 months ago, on January 12th, I did my first little check-in to see what's going on because the T1 device was supposed to ship in 2025.
What the fuck is the Trump phone, bro?
In the summer of 2025.
This shit is so stupid.
But when they missed that initial promise, they then said, you know, as a result of the government shutdown and stuff, we had to put the kibosh on it for a little while, had to pump the brakes, so it's coming any day now. Well, any day was not 2026 either, it seems, because January they still had no idea. I was talking to customer support, they had no clue. And I just started...
They had no clue.
Started thinking, well, it's been 2 months since the last time I called. Might as well get a little status report, see if anything's changed over there. Shocker, nothing's changed, but they're saying any day now. And you'll get to hear on the phone call, the representative did kind of give like a tentative release date idea, kind of like the concept of a release, which obviously inspires confidence. So mark your calendar for the nebulous idea of any day now for the delivery of the Trump phone, which, by the way, it's not like pre-orders were free or anything to reserve. People forked over 100 clams for a phone that they were told they'd be receiving in the summer of 2025, or even still on their website.
Where is this being manufactured? It's got to be overseas, right?
The end of 2025. Feel like that might need a little
Sebo with the natty sub.
Sprucing up, because it is not accurate unless they hit it somewhere at the end of 2025 and you gotta find it like the fucking One Piece or something. And again, this was $100 flushed down the shitter here for this. And according to data, like the event being proudly American, and they also got rid of the September 2025
what the fuck
release date on there because they missed it by a little bit, and they've missed every other release
It's
date.
giving Akon City, for those who remember that.
That they've tried to fart out. And I think that's probably the last time they updated the site because that site still has such inaccurate information. It feels like the Trump mobile website gets less updates than the fucking Space Jam GeoCities website.
How many people bought the Trump phone?
It is crazy because they still have things on there about like how it's coming at the end of the year, 2025, that kind of stuff. But the reason I find it so interesting is because I expected them, and many others speculated, that they would just drop ship some Alibaba trash phone.
That's right.
Just to hawk something, since people put hundreds of dollars on it and they just like spray paint it gold. But they haven't even done that. They just have delivered nothing and have gone completely catatonic on the whole subject of the T1 device. It is very weird. Like, it's not cheap. You put $100 down on the idea of having a phone maybe at some point. And they don't even bother trying to keep you
Proudly American, built on African cobalt, built in a Chinese factory, based?
updated on it at all. You have to call in price.
600,000 Trump mobile phones were pre-ordered. So if it's $100 each, what is that? 60, is that 60 mil? Is that 60 mil? Or is it 600? No, it's not 6. Yeah.
some information out of them. Information that may just be completely made up fiddlesticks, by the way. But anyway, let me show you how the check-in went with the
comes with Israel on speed dial.
actual customer service here to get some answers. Let's do a little check-in on my Trump phone. Surely it's probably out for delivery. I imagine it's left the warehouse at Temu by now. Let's take a peek.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Due to inclement weather, we are unable to take your call at this time. Normal
Inclement
hours of
weather?
operation
What?
are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Thank you. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Our offices are currently
Mobile.
closed. Please call back during our normal business.
Trump Mobile, huh? What? I am literally looking at their website right now.
Sounds like Carolyn Levitt.
Their hours of operation.
Dude, look at this Indian-ass website, bro.
Also includes Saturday and Sunday 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. CST, which I am firmly in the middle of. And what weather are they talking about? What the fuck is happening at Trump Mobile HQ right now? Jesus Christ, did Monkey D. Dragon come through with the wind fruit or some shit and just blast them off the face of the planet? What do you mean? It's supposed to... I'm in their business hours. Well, I'll be. Just saute my cheeks, why don't you? Is there anything on the Trump Mobile site that's accurate or truthful? Like, holy shit, even their posted business hours aren't accurate. So, I'm gonna have to call back on Monday, maybe, and see if they still have a customer service department or if they just fired everyone there. I don't know. Alright, it is now Monday at 1 p.m. I'm going to try calling again and see if I can get a status update on my T1 phone. Let's see.
Sorry, you're speaking with Trump phone customer service.
Alright. Now the full experience begins. On hold.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Robert. How can I help you today?
Hey, Robert. I was just hoping to check in on the status of my order. I still haven't received the T1 device.
Okay, gotcha. So when did you place the order?
Geez, probably...
Please do not redeem your phone.
Probably...
We have a high volume of callers. If you redeem your phone now, you will never get your phone.
Around summer 2025?
Gotcha, okay. I was just asking because, want to make sure we give you the correct information and, apologize for the inconvenience for how long you've been waiting. Right now, based on current timelines, we're expecting shipments to begin at the end of this month, okay? So although timing may change depending on the complete certification and testing.
Do you think it's operating outside, underneath Mar-a-Lago in a basement?
We're going to notify you directly once your device is ready to ship. So it should be literally any day or any week. Okay? And I'm kind of with you at the same point. I actually have one ordered for me and my daughter as well, and I'm
he's getting one too.
waiting a while myself, and just want to apologize for anything.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, I know it's not you over there like stopping it or anything. I was just curious what's going on because it's been a long time.
I know.
He might literally be on the phone with Eric Trump.
Yeah, a lot of things have gotten in the way, and right now, it's currently in its final stages of certification and field testing, which are necessary steps to ensure product quality, performance, and regulatory compliance prior to shipment. So, like I said, it just should be any day.
Okay, well that sounds promising. Then are people like actively using it for testing, or like how does
for sure
that work?
That is actually above my pay grade. I'm just here in the call center, so I wouldn't know exactly details like that. I just know that we just have to go by the information that we're given that they're doing field testing.
What a Looney Tunes ass situation, bro. The Trump phone.
What field testing entails of, my guess is as good as yours. So unfortunately, I apologize. I wouldn't have.
Okay, yeah, no worries at all.
He should have named this "Where is my Trump phone?"
Appreciate you letting me know.
Yeah.
This is one Indian customer service agent that's mastered the American accent. Yeah, he's doing the sorry to bother you voice.
Hey, young blood, let me give you a tip. Use your white voice. Man, I ain't got no white voice. Oh, come on, you know what I mean. You have a white voice in there, you can use it. It's like when you pulled over by the police. Oh, no, I just use my regular voice when that happens. I just say, back the fuck up off the car and don't nobody get hurt. All right, man, I'm just trying to give you some game. You want to make some money here? Then read the script with a white voice. People say I talk with a white voice anyway, so why ain't it helping me out? Well, you don't talk white enough. I'm not talking about Will Smith's wife. I'm talking about the real deal, like this young blood.
Hey, Mr. Kramer, this is Langston from Regal View. I didn't catch you at the wrong time, did I?
Dude, this movie, sorry to bother you, is fucking incredible. Changed my perspective on what movies could be. So true.
Mr. Kramer, this is Langston from Regal View. I didn't catch you at the wrong time, did I?
It's a great movie.
My husband informed me today that I would be
Why philosophers hated single moms.
a single mother of 4.
Why
brutal
is it that single mothers are disgusting, repulsive, and nobody respects them? Well, it's because, deep down, it's kind of their fault.
That's messed up.
Hey, young blood.
That's messed up. Yeah, that movie's a fever dream. I recommend it. I had to watch it twice though. I did have to watch it twice because the first one I didn't. My brain didn't understand.
According to its original recipe, it would be... Did you know that if root beer was still made according to its original recipe, it would be illegal to sell in America? And this is not, in fact, due to the fact that one single can of root beer contains over 40 grams of sugar,
I thought it was going to say protein.
which is more sugar than 3 entire glazed donuts, by the way. It is actually due to the main ingredient, the original root in root beer, sassafras. Now, for hundreds of years,
Sassafras.
sassafras and other herbs and tree barks were boiled into medicinal teas by the Native Americans.
Why is she making a custard?
When the colonists came over, they started selling the teas as medicine in their own pharmacies as well, and eventually carbonated it, except they changed the name from root tea to root beer because coal miners and other workers couldn't possibly be caught drinking anything as dainty as tea. It wasn't until the 1960s that a study was done and people realized that when you boil sassafras, it releases a compound called safrole, which can lead to some pretty not fun issues. Thankfully, that was where the magic of artificial flavorings came into play, and now you can drink all the root beer you want. Hi,
Dude, that looks insane. That looks fucking mental, mate. Bruv.
I'm a writer who likes food, and this is a frozen blended root beer float with a vanilla bean custard on top.
Holy shit. Are you kidding me?
This...
I don't know why. I'm just a slut for custard. Custard's gotta be... It's gotta be the... gotta be one of the best foods out there. Chad, what are we watching next, bro? I want something schizophrenic. Professor Zhang. The furries are pretty schizo, so true.
Second is that...
Where's the video I'm looking for? Right here. This one.
About this map. So, we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is...
Chad, you want to watch? You want to learn some history? Welcome. Professor Zhang. Did Nick Walker win?
a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay, really small, it's 33 kilometers wide, okay? People can swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz, all right? And it's important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world. Let me explain why. First of all,
I feel like I'm sitting in class, bro.
From the GCC, you have 20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China, Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area.
This is the guy that said 20% of white women in the U.S. are on OnlyFans, by the way. Same guy.
Yeah. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Prime Minister Takaichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we will run out of oil in about 8-9 months. The entire Japanese economy would collapse in 8-9 months if the Strait of Hormuz were to close. And guess what?
Everyone thinks this guy's like the smartest man ever. Did you guys never go to school? What do you mean, bro? You're getting one shot by a Chinese psyop.
What? The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So we can expect that the entire global economy...
Watch the Sneeko interview. Why are you making me do this?
Great to finally meet you. I've been...
But I really want to give people hope, you know, because right now I'm just showing people how corrupt and evil and stupid this world is, and it's driving a lot of people into despair, and that's not what I want to do. Like I want to be a source of light. I want to be a source of hope, and so I'm thinking of like projects that I can do to give people a sense that there is hope in.
Yeah, he speaks with conviction, and that's enough for some people. This is the Strait of Hormuz.
Hope in this world. Yeah, so I'll leave you with this comment that I think is very important. Whatever happens, do not despair. God is watching and God loves us. It will work out in the end, okay? The truth of the world, where what matters is consciousness, because consciousness is the divine force. And by being able to channel and focus human consciousness, you can create God. Because consciousness is God. Okay. Look. Look. Okay. Sorry, but Nick Fuentes clearly has a political agenda. The guy's a smart guy, but some of his conclusions are clearly manufactured. He's not working from first principles. I mean, he's a pretty smart guy, and some of the things he says, some of the things he says is like.
Tomorrow. Professor Zhang's coming on the show tomorrow, and he's recently blown up. I saw your good. I don't know if you're still friends with Keith Woods. I know you guys have back and forth. But he's been very critical. Keith Woods, great guy. I have nothing bad to say about him. He's been very critical, and I've seen a lot of people push back, and also a lot of people like what he's saying. You know, because he is a high school professor. He's not. I think he has a BA in English, but he's got a lot of this right, and he predicted the Iran war almost as accurately, or if not the same amount as you. What do you think about Zhang? Is he, some allegations that he's CCP, Mossad, or is he just a guy analyzing and trying to connect the dots?
Well, I don't know what he is. What I will say is this. I think that there is such an appetite for anybody that will talk about Israel and Jews that basically anybody that does is all of a sudden seen as credible. I've seen this happen over the past 3 years. anybody that will talk about it, all of a sudden everybody's on board. But he's not really correct. So I don't know what he is as a guy, but he talks about the Khazarian Mafia and the Freemasons and, all this other stuff. The eschatology gets a little bit too much into that. And I go, this guy just isn't correct. Like, he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but when you really watch all the content, it's just a lot of conspiracy slop. It's just a lot of schizo bait slop. And we got to be very careful that we
Schizo bait slop
are absolutely correct. Not just people that will acknowledge, yes, Israel controls the West. We need to know exactly who they are and what they're about and how they do it. And so once people start to go into, oh, it's all a Jesuit, Khazarian, whatever thing, then I go, yeah, that person's not really credible. They're either ignorant or they are some kind of op. So I'm not a huge fan, honestly. Like I said, I mean, he's, I don't know that he's the worst in the world, but I think it's a lot of conspiracy crap, a lot of schizo crap. And I think that ultimately the only people that really get it are, one, people like, Catholics, far-right types, because
all right,
we recognize that
all right, Catholic glaze,
it really is the Jews. It really, because that's what it comes down to. The Jews that put Christ on the cross are wayward, and
the whole world is schizo bait at this point.
And now they're back in the Holy Land trying to undo what was done by Jesus, which is that the veil was split, the temple was destroyed, the Jews were expelled. They're trying to undo that work, piece by piece, return to the land, rebuild the temple, and then they want to have their Antichrist sit on the throne. And what makes it the Antichrist? Well, it's a worldly conquering Messiah. So to try to introduce they're not real Jews, and it's a Mason thing. It's the Frankists or whatever. It's the secret societies. I feel like that gets away from that continuity of this long story. That's why it's the Christians, or even Muslims for that matter, because they recognize Christ as a Messiah, who can maybe see the theological continuity with what happened years ago.
Sheesh.
10 minutes into our date. So we matched on Hinge, and I have really good photos of myself on Hinge.
Akash, did you not sit your wife down and tell her that it's a bad idea to talk about how promiscuous she
I can't with this voice, bro.
was in college? Clearly he didn't, because their relationship dynamic is, allow me to introduce you to Anissa Joma and her husband, Ian.
All right, I want more schizo. Isn't it crazy how nobody talks about Epstein anymore?
First, it's very important to understand, how did Jeffrey Epstein get in that position? Where actually did his money come from? Because as always with these people that sort of appear on the scene and have large amounts of money or political clout or connections, you actually have to question how they arrived. You can't start in the middle of the story where Epstein has an island and a townhouse.
I think this is old news.
Seem to always be surrounded by beautiful women. And to learn about film editing, Mr. Black, meanwhile, donated millions to one of Mr. Epstein's charities. Some work that Mr. Epstein...
Yeah, I think it's an old clip. Chat, listen to this.
I need to call it on. I need to make it up. Another one, Capricorn, listen on, this life, fiction life.
Chat, you need to understand that this album, Yeezus, is the toughest album ever made. It's the toughest album ever made. I mean, this is slowed in reverb. The original one, bro, he has some lines in this shit. Oh my god. Do I ever watch essays on obscure games? I've realized something about myself this weekend, and it's that no matter how much I try to be a single-player Chad video game enjoyer, I'm not. I'm a PvP demon. I'm a PvP demon, bro. I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know if it's fixable.
Alright, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to take you through a full athletic lower body day. All the warm-up and prep work, exercises, work sets, and some of the raw thoughts on how I pieced everything together. So this is my friend Hattie here. She's a multiple-time world champion as a physique athlete, and she's recently started training with me because...
Physique athlete, bro. Oh, you can't even see it.
Ready to start exploring moving more dynamically, explosively, and regain her athleticism in her workouts to give her a more well-rounded physique. So right now we're just going through a broad warm-up. We're doing some Copenhagen planks and we're supersetting that with some leg raises. It's not just about getting warm, although it definitely does contribute to that. It's looking at activating some of the key areas that we need and that most people are kind of neglecting.
What's a physique athlete?
When it comes to their
That's an oxymoron.
Workout prep. So
that's actually a good exercise. Have you ever done these, chat?
We're looking at your obliques, your core muscles. We're looking at your abs. We're looking at...
Except he's going too fast.
Specifically the adductors, which is the inner thigh muscles. When most people are thinking about, say, leg day, they're thinking about the big body parts like the glutes or maybe the quads at the front of the thighs or the hamstrings at the back of the legs. And the adductors kind of just get forgotten about.
Chat, should I become a fake blonde?
But when you're looking at like the most powerful muscle groups, especially out of the bottom of a squat position.
Dude, this guy has a compound and I don't. What the fuck?
That's the adductors. And it's something that is really a big missing link for power and strength and even...
I'm gonna crash out.
Even muscle mass. But now we're moving into our plyometrics, and this is the main warm-up that we really do for these workouts. So the main thing that you're looking for with these plyometrics is getting very balanced and explosively. You can generate your max strength. The typical strength and hypertrophy bodybuilding stuff. Because I think that one misconception...
Just find an abandoned steel mill.
Power.
Andrew Tate won't stop crashing out and humiliating himself.
You think I'd miss out on a chance to be stuck in the Middle East during a war? That sounds like a f***ing epic story. Me,
he just makes me laugh, bro.
I'm there. Come get me. No
like he could say the dumbest shit.
war or no food. Dead policeman. I took his fucking gun. I'm held up for the final fucking stand. I've lived long enough anyway. I'm taking the first fucking plane back. Oh, let me run. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I found a way out. You're a fucking coward, and you're gonna get what you deserve. Kill me. Kill me. Don't give a shit.
Alright, so like usual, Andrew Tate is just losing his shit because people are leaving Dubai and it's...
Shall we cover this? 100%. 100%.
How do you get anything done? I don't have to wait for anything. They give me what I want right away. They're waiting for me. They treat me better than they treat anyone else. All the service. If a location...
Coach Colton dropped a video about an influencer that gave his dog steroids. Is that true? Chad, is that real?
$85 million Americans eat at a chain restaurant in the United States every single day. That's a fourth of the US population. In this video, I'm gonna visit 3 of the most popular chain restaurants in the United States. I'm gonna order their food, I'm gonna look at the menu, and I'm gonna expose things on the menu that you don't even know are there that are kind of crazy.
I had IHOP like yesterday.
But also...
I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm so over it.
At every one of these chain restaurants, I'm gonna show you what I would order. See if I can get healthier options in what could be bad scenarios. As Americans, we're incredibly unhealthy. 70+% of us are obese and overweight. Chronic illness is skyrocketing. Autoimmune conditions are skyrocketing. Dementia is skyrocketing. Cancers are skyrocketing. And it's primarily because of the food we eat. We're gonna go to a breakfast place, a common lunch place.
Does he eat all the food or is he like soy out after eating one bite?
there are healthier options. Obviously, if you're eating all of your meals at chain restaurants, it's gonna be a little tricky, but even at these chain restaurants, you can ask and they can make your food healthier if you know what to ask for. Just to make it more interesting, we also got this Colorado omelet, guys. 20 years ago, I would have crushed this. It doesn't look that bad. We also got a hash brown and over transport start mixing sprayed that I can get real eggs. Look, place can actually give you sauce. I was this I'm gonna go get lunch. Let's go.
He didn't even eat it?
We're stuck at IHOP on a road trip and I absolutely had to eat here. I would get a steak cooked in butter and some eggs and call it good. All right, I'm done with breakfast. I'm gonna eat all this food and then we're gonna go get lunch. Let's go. All right, guys, we're here at In-N-Out. Absolutely had to eat here. I would get a steak cooked in butter and some eggs and call it good. All right, I'm done with breakfast. I'm gonna eat all this food and then we're gonna go get lunch.
I don't think he ate it, chat.
Let's go.
I think he wasted that shit.
All right, guys, we're here at In-N-Out. I just finished up my my breakfast at IHOP maybe 30 minutes ago, so I'm hungry again. I'm having a sugar crash, so I'm gonna need to come over here and get some like soda or something because my blood sugar is really crashing. Before I even go into In-N-Out though, I want to point out the drive-thru. Look at the size of this line.
He has butter and ground beef in his pocket.
Guys, it goes all the way around, and I think it loops behind the In-N-Out, and then it comes out over here. 2:45 in the afternoon on a Monday.
I like him, but he lost me when I found out he brings his own bedding and lights to Airbnbs. Dude, he also makes his own toothpaste. I saw this one tweet. It was like, every day these health influencers are just getting farther and further away from ordinary people. It just gets to a point where it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Outside of Houston, Texas, and there's probably 40 people in the drive-thru at In-N-Out. Fast food is a scam. It's not cheaper. You can make what's at In-N-Out easily at your home for way cheaper than it's gonna cost you here.
I don't know about that. In-N-Out's pretty fucking cheap.
Here, you can make...
I remember ordering a lot of In-N-Out and it being like $11, and I was like, what is this, the 1950s?
Baked potatoes, you can make a burger, you can put some tomatoes on it for much cheaper. And you think about how long you sit in that drive-thru, it's not even really faster. What's the point? It's convenience. We're lazy. That's the problem, guys. Because if you go to the grocery store, if you batch your shopping and then you cook for yourself, you're gonna take maybe 20 or 30 minutes to make your lunch and eat it. How long did it take you to drive from your work to In-N-Out? How long did you sit in that drive-thru line? How long do you have to wait over here in your car to eat the food?
Does he eat this? Please tell me he eats this.
Are that through, and this is a very popular lunch destination. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday. It's popping. So what are the...
When was the last time you ordered In-N-Out? When I was on the West Coast. Pretty much any time I'm in California, I like to get it like once or twice, because I don't have it here in New York.
Worst things you can get at In-N-Out, basically.
So probably like 2 years ago.
Let's start with the French fries. We talked about that. They're cooked in sunflower oil. It's changed somewhat every day and then once a week. So this sunflower oil these are cooked in certainly has high levels of acrolein, a compound found in cigarettes. Basically, the fries are pretty toxic for humans. I got a double burger, which is what most people probably get. And the beef here is 100% beef, so that's good. And the cheese is good, but then they put a sauce on it. And this is the secret sauce. They now tell you the ingredients. I've called them in the past to try and get the ingredients. They kept me on hold for a long time. Anyway, 12 ingredients in the...
Who gives a shit, man? Just eat pussy. So true.
Sauce, seed oils, processed sugar, vinegar, that kind of stuff. The biggest thing is that it has processed sugar and seed oils in the sauce. It's like the equivalent of the Big Mac secret sauce, but you can basically guess that any fast food restaurant that has a secret sauce is just going to combine ketchup, sugar, and seed oils.
You mean you don't have an influencer house in LA, you brokey? So true.
That's what makes all these up. So you're getting extra seed oils on the burger with it.
I love seed oils with my burger. I fucking love seed oils on my burger, bro. What is this? Where is he? Texas Roadhouse?
They're not grass-fed. They're grain
I don't even know what this is. What's a Texas Roadhouse?
finished steaks for sure. You can see that when you look at the steaks. They're pretty fatty. There aren't many restaurants in the country that actually serve grass-finished steaks, so we will roll with it. But what's striking about Texas Roadhouse is as soon as you sit down, they give you these rolls and this honey butter. It's basically soybean oil and sugar. There's actually no butter in this honey butter. They've made this sinister concoction.
I swear to God, I've never been to a Texas Roadhouse.
That you think is a butter, that you think is a food.
I've been to Outback.
That might be something like what humans have eaten, but no. All right, now, these rolls. There's oil dripping right in there. Yeah, just like the buns at In-N-Out, which are not just a simple bread. This one has sugar and seed oils. This happens all the time, guys. So you think you're eating bread, but you're getting obviously GMO wheat, glyphosate sprayed on the wheat, you're getting pesticides, and you're getting seed oils. You're not gonna believe what they cook the steaks in here. I'm gonna have to really see if I can convince them to cook my steaks in
Let me guess, grapeseed oil?
something that's not gross. Even sitting down at the table, we got trouble in front of us. Let's see if we can navigate this menu, and I'll see what the best thing on the menu is and the worst thing on the menu. We're gonna start with the cactus blossom, but let's make it a fire blossom. So then we're gonna get just one steak. I'm gonna get the 8-ounce New York, but I'm curious, I have food sensitivities. What is it cooked in? How is it cooked? Is it cooked in oil? What oil is it cooked in?
I'm pretty sure it is oil. I don't know what specific oil, but I have to ask the kitchen just to make
Can you
sure.
check? And then the question for the kitchen is, can they cook it in real butter or can they cook it without oil?
I asked the kitchen, we do use margarine to cook the steaks in. So
Margarine.
it's no oil. It's butter. It's a type of butter.
No, margarine is not a type of butter. Margarine
Oh, here we go.
is not the same thing as butter. It's totally different. Margarine is made from like soybean oil. So can they cook it in butter? Okay.
Bro, he's scaring the huzz, bro. He's scaring her.
See, the kitchen,
No.
the Texas Roadhouse thinks margarine is a type of butter.
You better
No.
tip her $300.
Why? Who cooks a steak in margarine? That's a sacrilege, guys.
Okay, yes, we could do it in regular butter.
You can do it in real butter.
Yes.
So let's do an 8-ounce New York cooked in real butter.
Poor Kim, bro.
But you guys usually put like seasoning on the steak, right? I just want a plain steak. They just take it out of the case.
What the fuck is wrong with seasoning? What's wrong with seasoning, bro?
And you can put salt on it, but nothing else. And then put it on like in butter. That's perfect, because I'm sensitive to like MSG and oils.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. To undo all the good stuff, we'll do the fire blossom. And that's it for us. Oh yeah. Can I get steamed vegetables with my steak? That's all.
It does come with
Yeah, why don't you just go in the fucking kitchen and cook, you clown? Can I get... No, you can't.
two sides. Did you want double vegetables?
Yeah, can I get a plain
Food schizophrenia, so true.
baked potato?
I have like... I probably have like 40%. No, I'm definitely over 50. I have like... I'm like... Oh, maybe I'm like 60% food schizophrenic. But I feel like that's a healthy amount. This is preposterous.
Yeah. Okay, so here's an important lesson. At both IHOP and the Texas Roadhouse, if you ask them what it's cooked in, you usually find that it's cooked in seed oils. And if you ask them to
He's
cook
gonna get a steak seasoning with spit.
it in something
Fuck too.
else, like real butter, they will do it. But it's important to also understand that steakhouses like to put seasonings on their steak. I did a little research before we came here, and it turns out that the seasoning the Texas Roadhouse uses on their steak contains, you're killing me, soybean oil and MSG. So you have to ask, I want a steak with salt, no seasoning, cooked in butter. And then we got the worst thing on the menu, which we'll show you guys in a second. Okay, so we got the best thing at Texas Roadhouse and the worst thing at Texas Roadhouse. Let's start with the bad news. This is the Fire Blossom. Over 3,200
I like MSG.
calories. It is an onion battered in some sort of a wheat batter, dipped and fried in soybean oil. It's dusted with some paprika, and then you've got a
He's the worst thing at Texas Roadhouse.
cheese sauce in the middle that's over 1,000 calories. So this is super popular. I asked the waitress what the most popular thing on the menu was. This. The most
Didn't they steal this from the Bloomin' Onion at Outback?
popular thing on the menu has over 3,200 calories of deep fried seed oils and cheese sauce. And I don't even know what's in the cheese sauce. So my point here is that when you come to a place like this, you could get appetizers like this that are popular that are horrible for you. But here's the good news. As you saw when I was ordering, if you don't ask them at Texas Roadhouse, they're going to cook your steak in seed oils. And they're going to season your steak with seed oils and MSG. But it took a few back and forths with the kitchen. They say that they cooked my steak in butter, and all they put on it was salt. And then as sides, I got some
Looks delicious, dude.
steamed vegetables. I'm not gonna eat those. Those are for rabbits, but if you wanted to, you could eat steamed
I forgot he doesn't eat vegetables.
vegetables.
Those are for rabbits.
And you got a baked potato. That's pretty cool. So there is good food here, but like all of these chain restaurants we've seen through this whole day of eating for an average American, if you just do what's easy, you're gonna end up with garbage. And there's good news, if you're intentional about the way you're eating and you're careful, you can get decent food even when you're on the go. As you guys know, I cook 99% of my meals at home. I'm always at the grocery store, I'm cooking my own food. But every once in a while I'm traveling, and I do these sorts of things when I'm traveling. If I go to restaurants like this, I'm gonna ask them, what is the food cooked in? Can you cook it in butter? And almost every restaurant that I go to has butter. Very few restaurants have no butter. Our sweet waitress...
I heard rabbits are rich in protein. They grow very quick. Problem is they're too lean, so they're not. So there was actually a thing called rabbit starvation, where hunters used to eat rabbit like all winter long, but there was no fat on it, and they'd wind up starving themselves and dying because they thought that they were eating a lot of food, which maybe they were, but they literally had zero fat in their diet and they just fucking die. You can't live off rabbit.
Thought that margarine was a type of butter. We corrected her with this, so we've educated. Margarine is not a type of butter. Margarine is a highly processed, industrially refined seed oil product, but most restaurants are gonna have butter, and most restaurants, they wanna cook in a way that you like. If you just tell them the secret, hey,
Incredibly common way to die for like thousands of years.
I have food sensitivities, I have allergies.
Why not the vegetables? There's something with the health crowd and anti-nutrients in vegetables where, correct me if I'm wrong here, vegetables release like defense chemicals and they're not supposed to be eaten, and they're too rich in fiber, so it causes like bloating and indigestion and shit, whereas fruit is really what you're supposed to be eating. Phytotoxins. Now, I will say, fruit destroys vegetables. Vegetables are C tier. Fruit S tier.
To seed oils. I have allergies to MSG. They're going to be careful.
If you get indigestion from fiber, that means you need to be eating more fiber. Is that true?
Most of them will cook in butter for you. So if you're intentional about the way you're eating,
What the fuck is an anti-nutrient?
you can make a day of eating as
The roots and stems and seeds of plants release defense chemicals to prevent their offspring from being killed. They claim it's bad for people with autoimmune disorders.
an average American.
What is an oxidant?
Even at fast food places.
They get back to me, dude. They raised their fucking threshold from 14 days to 20 days. So I was told that I just still have to wait. So, yeah, get your fucking law book ready because we're about to sue.
Much better than it could have been. At IHOP, I got 4 eggs cooked sunny side up, cooked in butter. At In-N-Out, I got a Flying Dutchman. And here at Texas Roadhouse, I got a New York steak cooked
Plants want you to eat fruit, but not vegetables.
in butter with a baked potato and broccoli and carrots. Those are all pretty reasonably healthy foods. You could eat those foods long term and not gain weight. In fact, I would argue that you could eat things that I ordered at every single restaurant today, which are chain restaurants in America, and actually lose weight. These are way healthier than what the average American eats. So the choice is yours. Do you want to eat poor food or do you want to eat high quality food? With a little bit of education.
Do I need an attorney? No, I got dude, every one of my friends is a fucking lawyer. It's insane. I have 9 lawyers in my circle.
Which hopefully I provided for you guys, and a little bit of intention, you can turn food like this into choices that look like this, and you'll be much better off long term. If you want to learn more about the way that I shop for food and prepare food and what I eat on a daily basis, there's a simple shopping and food preparation guide on my website that shows you how I shop, what I eat, and how much I eat in a day. So
yes, fruit is easily digestible just like meat. So, you know when people go carnivore and they stop shitting? Does that mean that they're absorbing all the nutrients and not producing poop? Is that how that works? You just stop pooping?
my website is paulsaladinomd.com. You can go there for the free guide. I'll put a link directly to the guide in the description of this video. All right, guys, that's it for this video. We'll probably...
That means you're constipated? Nah, dude. I'm just getting all the nutrients. It's 100% efficiency. Everything I'm eating is being absorbed. You're pooping like a maniac. This is definitely it. Should we watch this video unironically, the whole thing, or we get the fucking gist? This is absurd here.
85 million Americans eat at a chain restaurant in the United States every single day.
It's a skip angle. It's a skip angle, huh? You get the gist. All right. All right. As long as you get the gist. As long as you get the gist, chat. I just need you to be getting the gist. Are you picking up my spin drift? What do you guys want to watch next? What do you guys want to watch next, brother? That just means the meat is stuck in your colon. Well, did you guys know that Terrence Crawford doesn't eat beef?
How come you don't eat beef or pork?
I don't eat beef.
So this is like the best boxer, maybe of all time.
Pork is just, bad for you. It's unhealthy, and I think when beef, I stopped eating beef probably 7 years ago, probably more than that.
Really?
Yeah. I had.
Listen to his reasoning why he stopped eating beef.
I had back problems, and I was like, man, my back was just hurting so bad, and I didn't know what it was. So I went to the hospital. I went to the emergency, and so they did the MRI and CAT scan and stuff like that on my back, and I had backed up shit all up my back.
What?
Backed up shit.
Really? That was what was hurting your back?
All beef. So since I cut out the beef, because they said beef is harder to digest and harder for your body to break down. So
What do you mean it goes up your back, dude?
Stop eating beef. And
what do you mean, bro?
I ain't never had none of them issues ever again.
That's crazy. I've never heard anything.
Yeah, the poop took a turn. How does it get out of your fucking stomach and into your back?
Yeah.
Bro, I think I have this.
Chicken.
Just chicken?
Chicken, turkey.
Eggs, fish?
Yeah,
fish?
all that. Yeah.
So chicken, turkey, fish.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I've never heard anybody have it. I eat mostly meat.
Yeah.
It's like that's the most of my diet is meat.
You probably got a lot of shit in you.
Nope. No.
I bet you do.
Now, I will say, beef is definitely slower to digest, in my opinion. I've anecdotally experimented with this. If I eat a lot of chicken throughout the week, leaner meats, it's in and out. I'm like light on my feet. If I have beef, I'm definitely a bit more sluggish. But I do have tactical beef throughout the week because your body, my body specifically, it craves more substantial, fattier protein sometimes.
Bet you do. You might.
So you're telling me the poop goes out of the digestive tract and up the back muscles?
You might not know it, but you gotta
get an MRI.
Nah, maybe you should do a colon.
There's a guy called Kent Carnivore with a colonoscopy bag, and beef comes out as a liquid. Vegetables get stuck. Yeah, that's disgusting, dude. I didn't need to know all that. But here's the reason. Vegetables are roughage. That's why they're like fibrous, right? That's why they help you poop, because it's like raw material going through your tract. That is the reasoning why people don't eat vegetables.
Cleanser or something. Do you do colon cleanser?
No.
Do one and you're going to be amazed.
Really?
Swear.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I did one. I was doing one in this camp.
Chad, how do you do a colon? I feel like I feel like I should do one. Just blow out the system,
Yeah.
And it was crazy. Like, shit that come out of you, you'd be like, damn, I had that.
So did you do like a colonic?
Nah, I just,
The colonic is rough. They stick a hose up your ass.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that.
That's crazy. Like, we clean our cars, but we don't clean our gut. What's going on there?
What did you do? What did you take?
No, I just, take, just a little colon cleanse, dietary. Not like supplements or stuff like that. Like, just stuff that.
It's like fiber.
Yeah, fiber.
Fiber can help move things, but it's also like sandpaper for your intestines. So with leaky gut, it can be damaging.
That makes the shit come out.
And it just, whoa.
Yeah, I did that before camp and stuff, and I was like, dang. Yep.
Your body cleans itself? No, I've had some crazy porcelain throne times, bro. I feel like a nice power wash would do me good. Problem is, I finished my espresso and now I want more espresso. And now I want more espresso. I need to. Joe, what do we watch next, bro? What do we watch next, brother? I can feel the shit cushion on my back. Ew. I want to watch another video. That's not real. This is not real.
I ask people who are really fit what they do for their workouts, and you are jacked.
Oh, thank you very much. 34. 6 days a week, pretty consistently. So one day I do 100 push-ups in between 100 pull-ups. 30, 25, 25, and 20.
Yeah.
Like very few carbs. I mean, that's the key. That's really helped me with this.
Bro.
A six-pack, man. The only thing I take is
0 carbs. I haven't had a carb since 03. I need to. Yeah, I am singing Kanye. I told you I'm having a Kanye day. I've realized that Kanye West, there's going to be glaze. There's going to be glaze. There's going to be artistic glaze. Is probably 10 to 20 years ahead of everyone else in terms of music. Maybe even 50 years. There is not a single person making music like Kanye that sounds anything like some of his heat. Have you listened to Flashing Lights? Chat, you have homework, okay? On a nice spring day, go into your car or audio listening sphere that you enjoy most. Crank Flashing Lights, windows down, slight breeze in the face, beverage of choice. What are we going to watch next? What are we going to watch next? What's Greg Doucette talking about? He's talking about bodybuilding. He's talking about bodybuilding.
And so we just wrapped up prejudging, and what everyone is talking about, what everyone came to see, is the pro debut of Sam Sulek.
Wow!
As soon as Sam Sulek walked out on stage, the crowd erupted. He had the most cheers by far than everyone in the entire competition. And was Sam Sulek on? He was. Sam Sulek, he really brought it to the stage. He was peeled, he brought the conditioning, and he had much more.
Did you guys see Nick Walker? This came up on my feed, and I showed my girlfriend, and she said, "Is that real?" She said, "Is that real?" Where's this post? Where? Yeah, it was this. What the fuck is this? I feel like I'm bigger than that. I feel like I hit this in 6 months, like the natty limit. got some beef back there, right? He's definitely got some backed up beef. None of this is impressive to me, though, because I feel like Ronnie Coleman...
The gym is empty today. Nobody wanted to work out. Yeah.
Like, I feel like he was way bigger. Damn. He's way... am I going crazy or is he bigger? Ronnie Coleman's still bigger. And proportionally, he looks... In terms of bodybuilding proportions, like... That's fucking insane. Maybe because he's taller? I don't know.
Yeah, buddy. Man, it's hot in here. Time to break the record, baby. Time to break the record. Hey, buddy.
Dude, what the fuck, dude?
The Ronnie Coleman, the
I came prepared to do battle with these guys. I think
who was ninth place in 1990 Olympia. None of us paid attention to Ronnie Coleman, who was
Like, there's definitely some roid gut going on here, but now it just seems like stupid. Like, I think it's the roid gut that's ruining everything.
ninth place in 1997. He'd beaten Flex already, he'd beaten Kevin already, but none of us thought he was going to show up in New York City.
I started bodybuilding in 1990, and I just steadily progressed.
This is what it feels like to work at Third Eye Global. Chat. This needs to play on repeat. This is what it feels like to log in to this stream. This is how I was walking today, bro. An annual strategy meeting. This shit used to be cool. Even if they were blasting, because everyone had their own, like, unique personality. Now everyone just blends into each other. You had Ronnie. Wasn't there Dexter Jackson? This is, who's this guy? This guy's fucking, the Nasser. This guy is, what's his name? What the fuck is this guy's name? Holy shit. It looks like the Sopranos on Tren. This guy looks familiar. I don't even know his name. That's Kevin Levrone. Dude, Kevin Levrone. Look at his transformations. Marcus Rule. He would go from like looking natty or like obviously off cycle to just being like, he would blow up. Like, what the fuck, dude?
The rest goes to me. What?
6 weeks before he had sent me pictures, and he looked like he didn't even work out. This kid brought back pictures and showed me because there was no internet then. He actually Polaroid. I said, he's never gonna make it. We go down.
The best use of gear ever.
And 6 weeks later, drive down, get into his house. And let me see.
Yeah, I guess this is a hyper responder.
Look like I'm 300 pounds, mind you, big, freaky, you know. Takes off his shirt. I'm like, that's it. I might as well just quit. I wanted to quit bodybuilding when I looked at what he looked like. He was delts and his shoulders and his pecs and his abs and his quads. I'm like, what right? What fucking right do I? Am I insane to even think that I can stand next to this human?
6 weeks of no fap. Dude, this is him in 2008? And that's him in 99? What the hell? Bro. Dude, he went back in time for that transformation. Dude, that's crazy. That's preposterous. Sheesh. Sheesh. Chad, are we really going to call it at 2 slops? At 2 slops? There's got to be another slop, dude. Let me check the Discord. Holy buckets. Have I played the new Resident Evil? Yeah, we played it on stream. We did. We did do that. Ben Avery recently covered a diabolical adult diaper furry commune in the Mojave Desert if you want to burn your soul. Ben Avery diaper furry? Are you serious? What did you just make me look up, dude? The Counter-Strike arc? Sheesh. Dude, I don't know if I have the fucking... I don't know if I have... I think I should have started Counter-Strike 15 years ago. Yeah, you mean Burning Man? Any more schizo stuff? So true. So true. Phil sucks at FPS. That's a ban. That's a permanent ban. Check Discord. I'm checking Discord. I'm checking Discord. Do I really want to watch that? Fitness influencer gave steroids to his poor dog. Do I really...
I wanted my dog to be a certain weight and decided to give my dog a supplement, a muscle building supplement. I believe that I initiated onset of kidney failure with my dog. It eventually got to a point where I got to have the experience of going to the vet and watching the vet put my dog down.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and informative in nature. Do not...
Dude, There's not much for me to say about that, you know?
Or grotesque.
None.
2026 is going to be the biggest year in...
Shot, I got to take one last piss aisle. This is insane. This is the most... My shit... I need some salt or something. I'm too hydrated. Be right back, and then we'll watch one more. I take one piss and we lose 50 people. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? One piss. One pichadol. You might be cooked, Chad. It might be cooked. Do we have to let it marinate? Do we have to let it marinate till tomorrow? Have I ever had a clothing sponsor? I've had an underwear sponsor. Not a clothing sponsor. I know, I'm looking for a video. I'm looking for a video right now. Yeah, I have thought about using piss bottles, 100%. 100%, bro. I gotta do something. Gotta do something, bro. Let me do a little market research for a second. Do a little market research. Catheter straight to the toilet. Chat, give me a topic. Give me a topic. Fitness, schizo, politics. How about we start there? Iran? Where are you running? Where are you running, dude? What animal scares me the most? When I look in the mirror. No. My own potential. Sheesh. Crabs. I'm more scared of crabs than I am sharks. I fucking hate crabs. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. If there was a crab in my basement, I would have a panic attack. I would have a fucking panic attack like right here. Primates are pretty scary too. They have medical procedures for that now? What do you mean? Crabs? Or my peeing situation? Is the world getting less ugly?
I honestly feel like the key to true freedom these days is to think as medievally as possible. People in the Middle Ages...
Yeah, we know, dude. Your name is Medieval Mindset.
I honestly feel like the key to true freedom these days is to think as medievally as possible. People in the Middle Ages were completely over the top, they dressed flamboyantly, and they left behind a legitimately divine artistic legacy. For basically the entire 21st century up to this point, we've been caught in this garbage loop of minimalism. You already know about corporate gray and the big glass boxes that make up the skylines of every major city.
It's not doing it. It's not doing it for me. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. Maybe there's a body cam. Maybe there's a body cam action. Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. The backshot air in medieval times? Dude, that would just make me fucking hornier. You kidding me? You kidding me, bro? Chad, I think it's cooked. I think it's cooked. Yeah, I'll be home in 3 days. Don't wash. I'll be home in 3 days. Don't wash. How about a high tea edit to see us out of here?
Hi, Mom. What do you think?
I always wanted to be a gangster.
Look at my shoes. Aren't they great?
My God. You look like a gangster.
Antonio Montana.
Chat, have you seen Goodfellas? Have you seen Scarface?
And you? What you call yourself? My name is Tom Shelby.
Why no Iran news oil stuff? Are you asking why I don't cover it? I guess we can. It's just I don't. I go through like waves of if I care about politics or not, and ever since the Epstein stuff, nothing really seems to like matter to me. I don't know if that's like a low IQ take, but I was just talking shit. So true. Are there boots on the ground? What's going on here?
The Pentagon issuing a direct warning to the Iranian people, stay home. The U.S. says the regime is operating from heavily populated civilian areas, putting innocent lives at grave risk. The U.S. now confirming the death of a 7th service member from Operation Epic Fury. Our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, with more now here in Washington.
It means I'm turning into a pessimist. Probably true.
Jennifer?
John, most American service members killed and injured since the start of this operation were hit by Iranian missiles in the first weekend of the strikes as part of Iran's first round of response, we're told. Sergeant Benjamin N. Pennington, 26, of Glendale, Kentucky, died March 8th from injuries sustained on March 1st at Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. He was assigned to 1st Space Battalion out of Fort Carson, Colorado. Soon he will be returned home to Dover, met by Vice President.
Why are our servicemen dying? Why are they there?
J.D. Vance. Sergeant Pennington was in the process of being transferred to Landstuhl, Germany for further care when he succumbed to his catastrophic injuries. 8 additional U.S. service members are currently fighting for their lives at U.S. military hospitals. Earlier today, a second Iranian ballistic missile was intercepted over Turkey, where the U.S. has a key base at Incirlik, amidst reports
Drone strikes on Allied positions.
the Russians are providing targeting intelligence to Iran.
Are you receiving any help from Russia?
Well, we have a strategic partnership with Russia.
So that's a yes?
And well, a military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not something new. It's not a secret. It has been in the past and is still there and will continue in the future.
Last night, Secretary Hegseth spoke to 60 Minutes.
Chat, should we watch the Professor Zhang clip? Fuck it, let's learn something, huh? Let's learn something.
Higher global economy.
Why not? Why not? Why not? I need to learn about this. How Iran can cripple the West in one move. There's a clip by Professor Zhang.
So, we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants.
What the fuck is he a professor of? See, this is where he loses me almost instantaneously. Because I'm pretty sure he teaches in China. And these are uploaded to YouTube. Which means someone's clipping this and putting it in the West. Now, if you know anything about China, you can't really access the Western internet over there. So I don't know if he's a professor in Yaponomics or if we're getting psyoped by the CCP. I have no idea.
even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress.
Dr. Zhang, the type of guy to tell Gen Z that Xi Jinping invented the burrito with full conviction and they will believe it. Yeah, this guy's blowing up. I mean, he gets millions of views. He's like the midwit final boss.
All right, so some certain things...
He just fucking scribbles shit on the board and speaks with conviction, and then everyone's like...
to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay? Really small, about...
That's the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody knows that.
It's 33 kilometers wide, okay? People can swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz.
Obviously, I mean, that's kindergarten level shit here.
All right? And it's important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of...
Right. Not New York City, New York State, America. No. The Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, that's the center of the world.
The world. Let me explain why. First of all, from the GCC, you have 20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China, Japan.
Nobody uses oil anymore. That's all going away, dude.
India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Prime Minister Takaichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we're going to have oil in about 8-9 months. The entire Japanese economy would collapse in
it sounds like an Asia problem.
8-9 months if the Strait of Hormuz were to close. And guess what? The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So we can expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months. All right, so that's point number one. Point number two is, okay, so the GCC sends oil.
I don't understand how people unironically take this at face value. He's just like, you're fucked. Okay, that's how that works. Moving on.
Across the Strait of Hormuz, and what do they get back in return? Food, guys. All right, so people don't appreciate the GCC, but it is really the linchpin of the American.
Doesn't it? I swear to God, everyone watching this didn't go to school. There's no way that they take this guy seriously.
Empire. Because what is the American empire? The American empire is the petrodollar. All right? The idea of the petrodollar is this. The US dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable if people want it. But the GCC says that if you want oil from us, you have to pay us in US dollars.
High tempo, overload with data, overstimulate, capitulation.
Okay? Then that is the basis of the
neuro-linguistic programming. You are being psyoped in real time.
Value of the US dollar. So, if the GCC collapses, the American economy and the American empire both collapse at the
same time. Yeah, why is Africa covered in snow? What's going on here?
Same time. The problem, though, is that GCC is an artifact of empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no oil, no water. Okay, guys? No food, no water. So these cities are able to grow in the millions because of all these petrodollars flowing in. If you close off the Strait of Hormuz, there's no food coming in, right? They're all going to starve.
Who? Who's going to starve?
How much food does the GCC get from overseas? 80%.
This is the same guy that says 1 in 5 women in the United States, white women, have an OnlyFans. 20% of all white women in the United States have an OnlyFans. Yep. So, I don't know where he's pulling these figures from. Who the fuck is fact-checking this guy, bro?
80% of all the food it consumes comes from overseas, that it imports. It doesn't grow by itself, it imports. All right? So the Strait of Hormuz is really key. And again, the Iranians will close it in order to strangle.
Look at this clip.
Of all American white girls, right? I'm not sure if this statistic is correct. You can tell me if this is correct or not, right? But apparently 20% of all American white girls in their 20s are on OnlyFans, something like that, all right? I'm not sure if you've heard this, but just the idea that you have a...
Source, I made it the fuck up.
The global economy and therefore bankrupt the American empire, all right? Second thing you will notice is...
Listen, this is all like well and good and all, but like, did he not just see what happened with Maduro? With El Mencho? With the Ayatollah? Yeah. Cutting off the food supply. Listen, I don't think we should be in wars. I don't think we should be meddling in other sovereign affairs. I'm not trying to die for any other country, okay? It's not ideal. But you extrapolate all this war gaming and statecraft to the end, and what you're facing is Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman and farm-fed American strong boys that are so autistic on the sticks. What are we talking about here?
These mountains. These mountains is what we call Iran. All right, this is Iran.
The Strait of Hormuz is not bankrupting the American empire.
This is GCC. Okay.
Bro said the Iranians will close the Strait of Hormuz while the U.S. has already turned half the Iranian fleet into coral reefs. Yeah, nice scuba diving locations now.
This is not a fair matchup, right? Because these are mountains. And what can you do in mountains? Well, you can hide rocket bases. You can hide drone bases. You can hide missiles. And that's the entire Iranian offensive strategy, all right? From here, they can hide missiles and drones from which to attack the GCC. And what are they attacking? They're attacking three things, right? They're attacking American military bases. American military bases.
You already know some retard. Actually, no one's here, actually. He's talking to no one. There's just ghosts. Is furiously writing down this chicken scratch, rotating their highlighter colors with each term that he writes on the board.
That's number one. Okay. Is it possible for the Americans to defend against these attacks? The answer is no. They're not. It's not. It's a.
Is this real? Is this real? Israel. Chat, Israel? Is this real?
In the world. You have all these bases in the Middle East, but you cannot defend them against the Iranians. That's kind of strange. Okay, but that's number one. Number two is...
Why can't they defend them? We're just at Iran's mercy? We're just cooked? We didn't foresee this battle plan? This random Chinese professor knows what's going to happen and our top military intel don't?
Oil and energy. How hard is it to blow up an oil field with a drone? Not hard at all. Can you defend these oil fields? No, you cannot. All right? Number three, and this is most important, is water. Okay? You guys don't know this, but the GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that it can produce water is what we call desalination.
They're trying to sell the fact that the U.S. is a paper tiger because of how bad Russia has gotten fucked in Ukraine. He's trying to project the same failures where there are none. Meet you on solid ground. Rain or shine, light or heavy, don't matter to me. Son, we do dumbbell presses with weights bigger than you.
plants, okay? These factories that take salt water and then through an electrochemical process, turn it into fresh water for the population to use. 60%.
The only, I guess, super problematic thing with any of these proxy wars or direct conflicts is asymmetrical warfare. The U.S. loses a handful to a couple dozen troops, sadly. And then on the flip side of it, the country that they're fighting is getting glassed. I don't even know why we're at war in the first place, but the Founding Fathers did warn of this.
Of the water supply, and as you see, comes from desalination plants, okay? 60%. Is it hard to blow up a desalination plant using a drone? The answer is, it's very easy. You understand? Okay? So you have this absurd situation where Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its offensive capacity, and the GCC, it's just this desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing it can do about it. Okay?
Are you guys taking notes? This class is Brain Rot 101. It's a lecture. It meets once a week, 2.5 hours long. Kick.com/Philion.
So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to just destroy the entire GCC, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. Okay? But Iran also has a weakness, okay? And this is fundamental. So Iran also has a water problem, okay? So for the longest time, they suffered a drought issue. Okay, just climate change.
Let's see the comments. Iran is watching this guy. I feel like I'm back in school, but this time it matters. Thank you. May God protect this man. He's sharing information that the network news would never share. We are fucked. After listening to him, we are seriously fucked.
And so what the plan of the Israelis and Americans is destroy the water supply of the Iranians. Because the fortress, it is a mountain fortress, but it can also be a...
The GCC is a Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a political, economic, and security union of 6 Arab monarchies in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman.
Mountain prison as well, where people are trapped inside with no access to water.
Dr. Jang is Jordan Peterson for people who leave comments on Instagram Reels. Why is that so accurate?
Okay, so what we're going to see right now, we're already seeing attacks on civilian infrastructure, hospitals. In the future, you'll see attacks on water supply, on dams, on reservoirs, on power plants. The point, the idea is to make Iran so inhabitable that the people will have to rebel against.
Is that against the Geneva Convention? Is that a war crime? Just nuking a water supply? Can you do that? Deliberately targeting water supplies during war is generally prohibited under international humanitarian law. Now, not saying Iran upholds the morality of warfare, but Geneva Convention always gets violated. I'm pretty sure it was just an optics thing. 100%. This guy reminds me of when my slightly communist professor in college went on a rant to us. Isn't that cool? How you could spend tens of thousands of dollars on a college education and you're just at the mercy of a politically biased crazy man or woman. That's sick, dude.
Against the people, or there'll be a refugee crisis in Iran. Okay? So as you can see,
there's no good guys in war, just the ones who come out economically better. Yeah, I understand that. I was just genuinely curious if, like, you could black hat, dark triad, nuke water supplies, target medics, shit like that. Not saying that's good. Not saying I want that.
From this map, this war, it is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides have the potential to destroy each other. It's really a question of how far do they want to go. All right? We can also say this is almost a game of chicken. Okay? We can blow each other up. How far do you want to go?
This is the end of the world, guys. This is World War III. It's so over. The West has fallen. We are at the mercy of Iran.
And the problem...
Why do I feel like we're just printing money for military contractors? Why do I feel like business is booming somewhere?
The problem is this. The problem is that the Iranians are Shia, which believes in martyrdom. And you've killed the religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. So they're willing to go very, very far. The GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are expatriates, foreigners. 90% of Dubai are foreigners. Guess what's going to happen if they suffer? They're all going to run away. Okay? So this is not a fair matchup.
Bit late on the Zhang train? No, dude, we're early here at Third Eye Global. Because everyone is just gobbling this up like at face value. Here at Third Eye Global, we stay on our toes.
The big question...
Dude, think of all the Dubai chocolate, bro. Which is another psyop that they tried to replace the Dubai porta potty with. Dubai chocolate used to mean something else. There's no pistachio trees native to Dubai. So where did that come from? Their Ministry of Happiness. Because the oil sheiks were taking poops. Straight diarrhea on Instagram baddies in their mouths. It's true. This guy's literally just shilling anti-American agenda, propaganda. Yeah. That's right.
That people have is, first of all the Americans going to use ground troops. Because the only way that you can defeat Iran is by using ground troops, okay? That's a big question we'll look at in the next few weeks.
Why would that be the case? Why can't you just send in a Predator B from 80,000 feet up? Meanwhile, the pilot is hiding in a bunker 3 countries over.
Will America send its army? 500,000, 2 million soldiers to topple the government. Okay?
What year is he living in? What the fuck? We have a B-52 in the airspace already. We don't do that unless we have air superiority already. Listen, I know these things. We know these things. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Enemy AC-130 above.
Okay, that's question number 1. Question number 2, nuclear weapons. If you're losing a war, would you choose to use nuclear weapons? Okay, that's another big question that we have.
Yeah. You heard it here first from Professor Zhang. The only way for America to win this is to deploy every single military personnel we have at our disposal to topple the regime. We're talking boots on the ground, old school style. Maybe they'll form a fucking phalanx.
Okay? Now, another big question that we have is who...
He makes every insane prediction possible, and then if something happens, he takes credit as the Nostradamus of Beijing.
Gets involved. Because this situation is so dire.
Listen, this is entertaining. I like workshopping ideas. This is entirely possible.
is that Europe, okay, specifically Germany, France, and Britain are talking about entering this war. And guess what?
If his argument is as weak as you keep implying, why feel the need to strawman him? Because I'm perplexed at why millions of people find this enlightening. The reality is, the United States of America is the hegemonic power of the world. We're not backed by the dollar, we're backed by the goddamn military. The dollar's fake. We're in trillions of dollars of debt. That's not going away. But who's forcing us to pay anything?
If that happens, it is possible that Russia and China will also enter this war on the side of the Iranians. This is World War III, okay? Because of the importance of the...
Because he criticizes Israel, if someone does that, Gen Z automatically thinks that person is a revolutionary thinker or something. Nick Fuentes called that out. He was asked by Sneeko on stream because Sneeko had on Professor Zhang. And Nick Fuentes was like, dude, I don't know who he is, but he's not correct.
Should have removed because of the importance of the Middle East. Everyone has to get involved at some point.
Nixon switched from gold to guns. It's been America ever since.
And we're going to use game theory to really try to understand what's happening on the ground and where this could lead us. All right. So, again, the key is the GCC. All right? So the game plan is this. You have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American empire. So what the GCC does is this. It sells oil, and then for US dollars. Where does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. All right, so this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait into the US financial markets. As you can see...
Is the US beholden to the GCC, or do we just buy from them because it's cheap? Don't we have our own oil? Doesn't Canada have its own oil? Doesn't the West mog in the oil sphere? We have plenty of oil. We also use as much as ever.
From 2012 up to today, it's been exploding. All right? Because the US financial market is...
Shale oil is one of the largest in the world.
It's one of the safest places where you can put your money. The intention is this. The intention is, hey, if I cut off oil and these countries no longer have access to US dollars, they're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves.
So the US military uses so much oil per day, we need to buy it from them to keep everything functioning. The United States buys the majority of its imported oil from Canada, roughly 57 to 61%, followed by Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Brazil. While the U.S. is a major oil producer, it imports crude to meet specific refinery needs, with over 60% imports coming from the North American neighbors. So is oil a psyop? Am I being lied to about that as well? Bro's acting like the GCC is like our fucking, please, please, we need your oil. Lied to by the left about the oil. It's good. It's good. Just write that down on the PSYOP chart. You know what? I'm going to get one of these smart boards, or call me old-fashioned. I'm going to go chalk. We're gonna do daily PSYOPs. Number one is oil.
Okay? And then guess what happens? The stock market collapses. The stock market collapses. The stock market is the real growth engine of the US economy. The entire US economy collapses with it. All right? There are about maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter of stock market growth, okay? These 7
Oil is not a fossil fuel. That's a label, not a truth.
countries, these 7 companies, of course, are AI.
Venezuela has crazy oil too. Didn't Trump just take it? Wasn't he just like, do I smell oil over there? Yo, Maduro, you good, bro? Yeah, that oil's mine now.
Companies, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Apple, okay? These are the companies, and then these companies are heavily invested in by the GCC.
Talk shit, get your oil hit.
Nations. So if these nations are no longer able to invest in the stock market, these companies...
We're sucking Venezuela dry as we speak, like a milkshake. I drink it. I drink it up.
Will collapse in value. And with that, that would lead to economic depression in America. Okay?
Dude, this is like in those goy slop movies when there's like one possible scenario that could work, and then of course it does come true. I'm looking at you, fucking Endgame. Oh, if we do this, then that, and then that happens. Oh, and then multiverse of 99 different... Yeah, that. This is like this could happen, sure. But it won't. Because this is not the movies.
Does that make sense? All right, so that is the situation for today. Today was just an overview, guys, okay? I know we covered a lot. I know there's a lot to take in. But over the next few weeks, we will explore each issue in depth and really understand what's really going on, okay?
That's important. I'm just trying to understand what's really going on. And now I feel closer to the truth than ever. That was rough. That was rough. Well, that was fun, chat. 4-hour fill. Is a 4.5. Sheesh. A little overtime. How you doing? How you doing? I'm going to go rest, recover, repeat. Get some food. I'm still waiting on an update for Mog Logs. For Mogged LLC. I'm beholden to USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, for finalizing my nutrition label. It's going to be big. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. Tomorrow should be a earlier stream, probably about 11 a.m. Eastern. Locking in. 11 a.m. Eastern. How you doing? Rest, recover, repeat. Absolutely. What should we eat? I had tacos for lunch, so I don't know what's for dinner. What are we watching tomorrow? Now we're gonna let it marinate. Hopefully something comes up, something huge, and we'll just cover it. Maybe we'll actually get through some that we skipped over today. We'll see. All right, I'll make it 10 Central. Got you, bro.